Good morning, everybody, dear guests, dear colleagues in Rome, in Budapest, in other FAO divisions and decentralized offices and national capitals, and in Moscow, too. I'll switch to Russian now to promote linguistic diversity in our organization. Дорогие друзья, коллеги, сегодня воистину знаменательный.
Distinguished guests and colleagues, today is a remarkable day, and this day we tried to approach as fast as we could by our project team with the participation of the representatives of relevant departments, FAO headquarters, of the big team, a very enthusiastic team from the Soil Agronomic Museum, of a large number of workers, both from the faculty and the technical personnel, students and postgraduate students of the Timirazov Academy. And it has been an almost 3-year work of this remarkable team. And so we approached the launch of this site that is in effect unique for Russia. There are other soil museums in the world and in Russia too, but the Williams Museum is the central cluster of the modern Russian, and not only Russian, of global soil studies. We hope that today will be the sort of a quantum leap of this institution to the 21st century, and it will be the legacy, its collection will be the legacy not only of the small group of experts and specialists on soils, but of scholars, students, researchers, and other people interested in nature studies all over the world, thanks to the modern and digital space, thanks to technology used here that are harmoniously aligned with the architecture of this building that was created as a museum, which was a rare thing, especially at the time of its creation. It has preserved the spirit of this time. At the same time, it will match the contemporary needs. We need to help it modernize, to keep pace with the time, and I hope that we succeeded at it, that our project team has succeeded at it. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Director General Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Mrs. Beth Begdol. Please.
Thank you very much. And excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to be able to represent FAO at this very important launch ceremony of the modernized Williams Soil Agronomic Museum. The museum, established in 1934, is indeed one of the largest soil museums in the world and hosts probably the richest collection of Black soils, providing a unique base of soil data and knowledge. And I'd like to say a little bit more about the importance of these soils to our collective efforts to ensure sustainable agricultural production practices. Black soils are the food basket of many countries. Their high organic matter content makes them among the most productive in the world. However, this has also led to Black soils being farmed intensively and extensively, putting them at risk. They are also very important for the entire world as a carbon sink, but they can become a potent emitter of greenhouse gases if poorly managed. So they can be an ally or a foe in our fight against climate change. 10 countries today hold more than 60% of the total soil organic carbon stock, with Russia at the forefront. Black soils require careful attention to ensure the conservation of this very important resource. And this is where the Williams Museum plays an essential role in making society aware of the importance of healthy soils for our food security and nutrition, our development, and our collective well-being. The museum's scientific and educational capacities and its historical value have already contributed to this needed understanding. I know I speak for all of my colleagues here at FAO when I say how very happy we are to see the great step that has been taken in the modernization and digitalization of the museum's information and the translation of its exhibitions into English, opening up the museum and its very important exhibits to the international community and to future generations. I would like to take this opportunity to specifically thank the Russian Federation for the financial support to promote sustainable soil management through FAO's Global Soil Partnership. We have been working together since 2015, and it is a very important and valuable relationship. The Russian Federation is undoubtedly one of FAO's key partners in ensuring that soils are given the prominence they deserve in decision-making on food security and nutrition, climate change mitigation and adaptation, conservation in biodiversity, and the health of our agro environments. This is in line with FAO's strategic framework that supports the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal agenda through the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge FOSAGRO for their support to the work of FAO and its Global Soil Partnership in particular. They have supported our efforts to improve the soil testing capabilities of laboratories worldwide, and to also strengthen farmers' awareness and capacities to adopt sustainable soil management practices. I want to send my congratulations to them for their 20th anniversary and salute the organization's continuous support to the cause of healthy soils. By demonstrating their strong support to the advocacy of sustainable soil management, both the Russian Federation and FOSAGRO have been instrumental in making the Williams Museum an example of modernization and adaptation to new technologies and audience realities. It is my hope that this modernization effort, carried out in close collaboration between the Agricultural Academy, FAO's Global Soil Partnership, and our liaison office with the Russian Federation, will enable greater cooperation between soil scientists around the world, civil society, and private sector partners. Furthermore, it should be used as a dissemination platform of soil knowledge at all scales, from school children to postgraduate students worldwide. And it should attract the attention of a wide audience motivated by the protection of this very valuable resource, our soil. Today, we launch a fully modern and global soil museum. I wish you all a very successful event today, and I know that there is a bright future ahead for the museum and for our continued cooperation. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Бет.
Thank you, Beth. I sincerely thank you on behalf of all the participants of today's ceremony. You, as representative of Director General, who pays great attention to the development of science. This year, there have been many remarkable events on soils. In particular, in late April, there was a week on soil biodiversity in Rome, which brought together various experts, including Russian scientists. Our office held a scientific symposium on soil biodiversity and other soil issues in our Moscow office, which hosted, in particular, 3 members of the Academy of Sciences. Last week, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres visited Moscow, and this visit was largely dedicated to climate issues. And during the meeting between Guterres and heads of UN institutions in Moscow, I chose 2 topics to draw the attention of the Secretary General. Of course, the first was the Food Systems Summit, and the second was the environmental functions of soils apart from their production functions, and the ability of soils to accumulate and capture carbon, as well as the relevance of implementation of preservation technologies for soils. And the Secretary General nodded in consent and said he was aware of the importance of these issues for the humanity. All this great work held with the museum on the basis of a museum and on behalf of soil scientists would have been impossible without the Timiryazev Academy, this alma mater, and our great partner, Mr. Tukhachev, director of the Academy, personally controlled all of this great construction work. And it's my pleasure to give him the floor.
Thank you so much, dear Miss Beth Bechtel, distinguished Oleg Kobyakov, Olga Viktorovna, who started this activity back then, and I'm glad that you're here with us today. So, dear guests, colleagues, students, professors, and everyone who is there in this hall, we are very glad to welcome you at this symbolic event. We have long waited for the opening of the modernized Williams Soil Agronomic Museum after the modernization. The whole world is talking about that, and they know what our great scientists had done. It reflects the main important things in the society. The digital era has come, and it started at the Soil Agronomic Museum. We know that soils is the base of the agriculture, forestry, and sustainable development. So everything that is the base of the society in general, this direction of science was the main for Mr. Williams. So this is the future. We are very grateful to the government of the Russian Federation, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, because they supported this project. And in the projects of the modernization of William Soul Agronomic Museum, for the very concrete work, we want to thank sincerely our organization. So we want to thank FAO and the FAO liaison office with the Russian Federation, especially Mr. Oleg Kobyakov. I want to say thank you to Evgenia Sirova, which was at the beginning of this big project. We want to say thank you to Ronald Vargas and Natalia Rodriguez Eugenio, the leadership of the Fosagro company, especially to the head, Mr. Andrei Guriev, and we are very grateful to our ancestors who have been collecting the monoliths for our collection. This collection is the climax of the collection of the agricultural collection, especially in our country. So we digitalized 900 soil monoliths, more than 2,000 of samples of herbs. So it was included in the world's classification. There were digitized portraits and passports of the monoliths. It is very important that these informational resources on soils will be available for specialists, students, and for participants all over the world, and for everyone who are interested in the sustainable soil management. This museum opens its doors in Timirazov. And we are very glad to speak about that. It is very important, especially on the background of the global climate change. The main consultants on this topic took part in implementing this project, and I want to thank specialists from Netherlands, Spain, China, the USA, and other countries. In the updated collection, the National Geographical community has given the special photos to this collection. This event is translated in more than 50 countries all over the world with a translation into Russian and English. On scientific sessions, which are devoted to the opening of the modernized William Soul Agronomic Museum, will take part specialists from Russia, Italy, Mexico, China, the heads of the Global Soil Partnership and European Community for Soil Protection. We hope that this discussion will help to strengthen our ties with our colleagues and with our old friends from 54 agrarian universities of the Russian Federation, and this experience of the friendly and good work will be achieved.
Отделение ФАО.
So I want to thank the FAO liaison office with the Russian Federation, Russian Geographical Community, European Community for Soil Protection, and Global Soil Partnership, and other our partners will help to solve other problems of sustainable soil management of our soils. Thank you so much for your attention. I want to thank you and celebrate this event.
Thank you, Mr. Tukhachev. I would like to say that this work on museum modernization has become a microcosm in which the model of cooperation between FAO and its partners has been reflected. Intergovernmental organizations like FAO and scientific networks like a Global Soil Partnership and individual experts, fellow museums, soil museums from Russia and abroad, and governmental organizations worked on it. For example, the Russian Geographic Society, and of course, the Russian state authorities, because Russia has funded the project, and the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Agriculture have been actively participating in the implementation of the project and its success. But as they say, it's better to see once than to hear 7 times. So we suggest that you see even twice the modernized and updated museum collection to see how the work on it has been carried out. And we are going to see 2 videos. One of them has been prepared by FAO and the other by the Timrazov Academy. Please turn the video on. Welcome to one of the largest and most rich historical museums of the world, the William Soil Agronomic Museum in Moscow, created by and named after Vasily Williams, the Russian agronomist. The museum's collection hosts over 2,500 soil monoliths, thousands of herbarium specimens, and unique archive materials. The exhibition is spread over 1.5 thousand square meters. Now the museum is moving into the digital age. A multimedia application for museum visitors has been developed so that they can learn about museum's history, access the media content interactively, and discover other monoliths and historical and geographical data. The exhibition material has been updated. Several national soil maps posters have been redesigned, and all the monolith labels have been renewed. And the names and signs have been updated as well, thanks to the financial support of the Ministry of Finance, the Global Soil Partnership, or the FAO.
Добро пожаловать в один из крупнейших почвенных музеев мира – Почвенно-агрономический музей имени Василия Робертовича Вильямса. Музей основан при всемирно известном Российском университете сельскохозяйственной академии имени Тимирязева.
Фонды музея насчитывают более 2000 почвенных монолитов, свыше 35 тысяч почвенных образцов, тысячи листов гербария и архивных материалов.
В музее представлена самая большая в мире коллекция черноземов, богатых углеродом почв, которые необходимы для производства продуктов питания, а также играют ключевую роль в связывании углерода и регулировании изменения климата.
Сегодня для почвенно-агрономического музея имени Василия Робертовича Вильямса, неотъемлемой части нашего университета, его наследия и современности, начался новый отсчет времени. Благодаря финансовой поддержке Российской Федерации, техническому содействию ФАО, Продовольственной и сельскохозяйственной организации Объединенных Наций, он вступает в цифровую эпоху.
Оцифрованы почвенные монолиты, обновлены выставочные материалы, установлены сенсорные экраны, где посетители смогут ознакомиться с историей и содержанием экспозиции музея, лучше понять особенности почвообразования и агроэкологически сбалансированного землепользования. Все это делает достояние музея доступным для тысяч новых виртуальных посетителей из любого уголка земного шара. Формирование коллекции началось еще в 1894 году, когда будущий академик Вильямс возглавил кафедру земледелия Академии. Преподаватели каждое лето выезжали на практику со студентами и осенью привозили образцы почв, горных пород, растений, многие другие натурные экспонаты, старейшим из которых почти 1,5 века.
Для растущей коллекции монолитов в 1939 году начали строительство нового здания. Василий Робертович, который в то время уже имел большой опыт работы в Политехническом музее в Москве, лично разрабатывал проект нового здания музея вместе с архитектором Осиповым.
Основная экспозиция музея сегодня состоит из 900 почвенных монолитов и размещена в 4 залах на основе зонально-географического принципа. От почв Крайнего Севера к южным черноземам и почвам субтропиков. Осмотр начинается с зала факторов почвообразования, в котором демонстрируются процессы выветривания горных пород и первичный процесс образования почв. В других залах на стендах мы видим фотографии типичного ландшафта зон, характерные образцы растений и монолиты почв, которые наглядно демонстрируют изменения в почвенных горизонтах, процессах почвообразования и антропогенной трансформации почв. Уникальная экспозиция музея дает возможность проводить экскурсии и практические занятия не только со студентами, но и со школьниками, знакомя их с таким важнейшим ресурсом, как почва.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Первый ролик был подготовлен
The first video was prepared by the FEO Secretariat and the second by the Timurezov Academy. And you can see that the quality of a Russian video was higher because perhaps there was more modern equipment. This tells us that the funds were spent not in vain. So if we return to the funding issue, it is at the heart of any productive work, and this large-scale work, of course, required great funding. The modernization project is unique, including because usually the FEO doesn't provide technical assistance. Russia is a donor country, and we, on the contrary, expect that it will, on the permanent basis, as with the other international organization on a bilateral basis, will provide a technical assistance to FAO in helping mainly developing countries. And I should say that since Russia joined the FAO in 2006, so we will celebrate 15 years already this year. Russian donorship has been steadily increasing, and this is an exception was made because the museum's collection, and many have been and will say that, is beyond national borders. It's of global importance. And I need to add that the funding issues are usually resolved by relevant institutions, for example, by the Ministry of Agriculture. And in each country, the donorship process is usually quite long. And everything was resolved in the Ministry of Finance and then goes to the government. Here, the order was the opposite. The FEO Russia soil partnership is dated 2012, and the Ministry of Finance has said that it realizes the importance of this issue and expressed readiness to fund this project as well. And so we have here with us the representative of the Ministry of Finance, the Department of International Financial Relations, Mr. Snisarenko. He is our patron, as they say. The floor is yours, please. Thank you, dear Oleg. It's my pleasure to be present here at this remarkable day. I greet you all. This museum is unique in global terms. Thank you for explaining the ministry's role, because sometimes it's clear what has the Ministry of Finance have to do here, but we have been interacting for a long time. It's the second stage of our great project with FAO on facilitating sustainable soil management within the global soil partnership work. The problem of ensuring global food security has been inevitably on the global agenda, on the global development agenda, in all key formats, associations, on the key forums, including the UN platform, the World Bank, the IMF. And it's important that Russia has been substantially filling up this agenda together with our respected partners. It has been participating in contributing to the SDG 2, the elimination of hunger, ensuring food security, sustainable agriculture. And in this, FAO helps us a lot. This is a renowned institution of development with vast experience in implementing the most complex and breakthrough projects. We thank you for the cooperation. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Your projects are always efficient, very result-oriented. We are glad to know that this agenda has not been limited only to, for example, the museum. In general, we are conducting a large scientific work We have projects on food security in our portfolio, and the Eurasian Center on Food Security is actively participating in this work. This is part of Russia's effort on eliminating world hunger. And we, as the Ministry of Finance, are happy that we can effectively use our resources. We are glad that the private sector is involved in financing such events, and the implementation of such projects contributes to preserving the role of Russia in food security as a leader in this field, as well as in the field of sustainable agriculture. Our expertise is in demand all over the world. We see the demand for our experts. And this topic is of acute importance, and its importance only increasing. We are contributing to the mechanism of promotion of our expertise on the international arena. We are helping our friends and partners around the world through our experts, and the digitization and modernization of the museum is inscribed in this work. We are ready for cooperation. We are ready to facilitate the promotion of our expertise on the international market. I would like to thank all the colleagues. My congratulations. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that we've managed to show tangible results of this project, because sometimes all the outcomes, reports are only presented as a paperwork. And here you can see everything yourselves. And if you have the opportunity, please tell your supervisors that these investments have paid off. Russia views positively all the projects in food security and agriculture that are implemented by international organizations, because apart from FAO, there are other organizations in Rome, for example, the World Food Program, and sufficient and significant funding is allocated there by Russia. And of course, Russia appreciates the role of World Food Program, and it received a Nobel Peace Prize last year. Also, we have the Agricultural Development Fund. It's a relevant institution that contributes to the function of Rome organization. It finances farmers, small and medium enterprises. It improves livelihoods. And of course, this partnership would not have been possible without the support from relevant authorities like the Ministry of Agriculture and the Federal Service for Veterinarian Control. I mean, Rospotrebnadzor and Rossельхознадзor, within their competence, usually give a beneficial expert conclusion on this project. And of course, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Russia has been contributing to this work. It is responsible for foreign policy and coordination with other stakeholders on the international arena. And therefore, I would like to give the floor to our long-standing colleague and friend, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to FAO and other Rome-based agencies, including IFAD, Ms. Dilara Ravilova-Borovik. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kolbikov. First of all, I want to the sound is off. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm sorry, it's like technical problems. First of all, I wanted to greet the Deputy Director General distinguished Miss Bechtel, the leadership of the Timirazov Academy, the representatives of the Ministry of Finance and other special agencies, and also the team of the project, the work on which we are finishing today, but still this is the beginning of our way. The
Как самостоятельное
the
загранучреждение.
permanent mission doesn't have a long history. It's about 10 years. 3 teams of diplomats, which has been working in Rome, see as one of the priority direction between the FAO and the Russian Federation, which is accounted as a very important item, and we're very glad that
Накоплен большой, внушительный портфель совместных
we
проектов.
have a great number of projects, and we are very glad that among these collaborative projects, there were projects on soil. This year, when we'll have the Global Food Summit, it's the pleasure that we are very glad that the modernized William Soul Agronomic Museum is launched. Everyone knows that soil is a very fragile resource. So if we preserve the knowledge on this resource, and we will support the work on the methods on soil management, it will depend on the fact that we will provide good quality food. We think that this project is very important and a good example of the fact that science and practice must go hand in hand. Science helps practice and supports the better use and study of the resources that we have. It's very pleasant that in the implementation of this project, not only the government of the Russian Federation took part in it, but also other partners. It is the new direction which comes in line with the 2030 agenda. There are not also the goals that are very important, but our cooperation between countries, academia, representatives of the private sector, charity organizations, and this collaboration between FAO, Russian government, and Fossogro company, in our view, tells about that this cooperation must strengthen. So in conclusion, I want to say that we are very encouraged that in the latest documents which were spread to the Global Food Summit, soil took a great part in it.
Системам выделила почвы в отдельный раздел. И с нашей точки зрения
were identified as a separate sector, and we believe it's good because if after the summit there will be a recommendation elaborated and with separate recommendation on soils, that will give an additional impetus both to the
Взаимодействию
FAO work and to the FAO's interaction with all donors, including the Russian Federation on soils. We, as the representatives of the Russian Federation in Rome, are ready not only to follow how and what suggestions from FAO will be provided, but we are also ready to suggest ideas that can be taken into account when planning our cooperation. I would like to thank once again all the participants in this event, especially educators, students, and postgraduate students that have been immediately involved in this project, because as everybody knows, support can be provided by various stakeholders, but the main work is done by those who provide digitization, equipment installation,
нового прорыва. Поэтому
the
огромное
technical
вам
breakthrough.
спасибо. Ваши
So many thanks to all of you. The results of your work will provide the opening of this museum to the whole world. Thank you so much, dear Dilara. Speaking of the diplomat's role in soil management, I would like to provide a clear example. Some years ago in Rome, on the platform of the Global Soil Partnership, the voluntary guidelines on sustainable soil management is elaborated, and the working group was comprised of 7 greatest soil scientists of the world, and this group was headed unanimously by a young Russian diplomat, and he was so delicate. He was so apt in organizing the work of this group that the guidelines were adopted after just one round of consultation. Usually it requires 3 rounds and several years of negotiations. So here's the role of diplomats in such technical issues. So now I would like to give the floors to my predecessor in the FAO office. She opened this office. She was the first in the Russian team in Rome, and she is a veteran of the FAO, of our permanent mission in Rome. She's one of our agroeconomists and now head of the Agrarian Studies Institute in the Higher School of Economics, and she continues work with the FAO office in Moscow. Thank you so much. Well, it seems I have nothing to add, and everything is left to me is to go to heaven and observe everything from above. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank everyone involved in this event. Of course, it's a remarkable day, not only for us, but for the world in general. Thank you to all those involved and to the beneficiaries of the process, to the scholars, students, and agricultural producers that will benefit from this work. We understand that soils are our future food. A lot has been said today, but I would like to draw your attention to some particular details of the project because I have been at the source of it. The speed of this work has been remarkable. The 3 ministers of foreign affairs, of agriculture and finance have agreed on this project. I have been working with the Russian government for 30 years. Everybody realized the importance of this process quickly and gave their consent immediately. And the second unique feature of the project, as some have said, is that it's a private-public partnership, the partnership with non-governmental organization. It's literally the government of scholars. There have been a large group of researchers, including from the Timorazov Academy, and I would like to thank it for this consolidation work. the involvement of students is also very important. And I, as a veteran educator, I believe that this is a very important contribution. So this project has played a consolidating role. The third feature is the following. As Mr. Kobякov has said, when we are speaking about world food security, we usually talk about money. Everybody needs money, and it seems that everything will be fine if you have money. But the FAO work has proved that it's not so. And Russia has shown an excellent example here. Yes, of course, so we have done something for our money, but we are greatly contributing to the world food security because knowledge on soils, and this museum is not some particular national museum, it has global importance. And by the way, here in Russia, we have made an attempt to another collection. We wanted to open it up to the world, but this attempt unfortunately was not successful. And another unique feature that I would like to note is that it's great significance for the education process, for the world science. We need to realize that this is not just some local event. We are witnessing that we have around 300 participants here from many countries of the world. So this project is a long-awaited one. And the last thing I would like to mention, there's a lot of talk on digitization of some collections, or genetic collections. And in some cases, Russia is a leader here. And so there's a lot of talk on this. And here we see that they have just done it instead of talking. So in this regard, I would like to express my deep admiration to those who have done this. And I see the major contributors of this project here. Thank you so much. This event is of global significance. And finally, I am happy that this launch has been carried out in the Timirazov Academy. In some periods, it lost its significance, but I hope that this event contributed to the restoration of its world relevance. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. You can see that we have a strong fan club here, the fans of soils that include a large youth segment that is always being replenished by students in economics and in technical sciences, because soils is one of the triad: the soil, the air, and the water. And the FAO priorities are fully aligned with those of the UN in general, and we are working with the United Nations Environmental Program, and in 2 weeks we will be officially launching the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And all ecosystems are based on soils. And I would like to give the floor to Vladimir Mashkala, representative of UNEP in Russian Federation. He is our long-standing friend and partner. Thank you, dear Mr. Kobякov. I would like to thank all the colleagues that have contributed to the creation, or rather to the upgrading of the museum. It's digitization. I have geographic education, And I am now remembering the soil studies lectures, all the practice, and the professors that I had. They were remarkable people, and they managed to instill love for soils in us. Soil is alive, it's a live organism. And I can remember, for example, that we were digging dirt during the practice. It was very hard, but it was also very exciting. We passed exams, we had excellent educators, and as I have said, soil is alive. And the United Nations Environmental Program is involved in various issues, especially biodiversity. And there is also soil biodiversity apart from the general biodiversity. In soils, there are organisms that need to be preserved because we and the United Nations, all the UN countries, are living under the aegis of the sustainable development. And we believe that there are three crises in the world: the climatic one, the climate change consequences, the biodiversity crisis, because the pace of biodiversity loss is threatening, and pollution of all kinds. With regards to soils, its role, this museum is precious, as well as the provision of digital access to it, because regardless of our aims, we need to involve all the layers of society in all countries, at all levels, through popularizing science, and thus we will achieve sustainable development. So, my congratulations. It will be my pleasure to visit the museum, because soil is an interesting living organism. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, the thing that unites the past, the present, and the future, including the modern technology, is the tradition. For Russia, soil traditions are sacred. And one of such tradition is when opening something new, we are cutting a ribbon. And this ceremony is dated back to pagan ceremonies, and the FAO supports it. And so I invite our participant to cut this ribbon to open the modernized museum.
К перерезанию ленты приглашаются Олег Юрьевич Кобяков,
We invite Oleg Kobяков, Pavel Snisarenko, Vladimir Trukhachev, Evgenia Serova, and Vladimir Moshkalo.
Пожалуйста, располагайтесь
Please
перед картой.
keep standing in front of the map.
Прошу вас расположиться перед лентой.
Please stand in front of the ribbon. This ceremony of the opening of the modernized Soul Agronomic Museum, named after Vasily Williams.
Прошу вас подойти к ленте.
Please approach the ribbon.
По окончании церемонии разрезания ленты начнется сессия.
After the ribbon cutting ceremony, the session 1 will begin.
Да. Дорогие коллеги, начинаем. Все готовы?
Are you ready? After the completion of our official ceremony, we start the most interesting and the most useful, at least for specialists and experts. And we are working for their interests. This is a large and fruitful work and activity. And I want to give the floor to
И остается мотором
a personality who was the initiator of this process, who has a powerful energy, enthusiasm. He has like an engine in his heart, referring to the Soviet poetry. It's our dear friend, Ronald Vargas. He works for the headquarters of FAO, and he's a secretary Global Soil Partnership. He will deliver, unfortunately, his speech,
надеемся его увидеть после.
unfortunately online, but he's a frequent guest in Russia. And in order, well, he will provide the main presentation today. Ronald, the floor is yours.
Dear Oleg and dear colleagues, first of all, congratulations for such a nice ceremony today for inaugurating the modernization of the Williams Museum. Definitely, this is a milestone for our excellent relation and contribution and work and cooperation with the Russian Federation and colleagues. And well, here, before I enter into my presentation, I want to express our gratitude, of course, to all colleagues who have been part of this very demanding work, colleagues at the Timiryazev Academy, of course, also colleagues in our FAO offices in Moscow. And I should not forget my colleagues in our team who worked hard. Especially, I need to recognize my colleague Natalia, who has really working day and night trying to make this work a reality. So I'm really grateful for that. And Oleg, of course, Oleg is one of the founders of the Global Soil Partnership. So I'm really glad that he's chairing this session, but also that he has been leading all this work. So allow me to now share my screen and try to present a sort of introduction, because there are many presentations today, and I'm sure colleagues will be happy to see different ones. But I will start with the role on soil awareness raising and advocacy in terms of soils, because that's one of the objectives of having a museum, right? And I must say that scientists know very well this, that healthy soils are very important for ecosystem services. And today we heard from many of authorities, decision makers, which of course are our target group as well. But what about non-soil scientists? What about general public? Are they really aware of this? Because this is very important for us to understand. Soils should be serving others, and soils should be appreciated by others, not only by soil scientists, because otherwise we will not have an impact. And we want to have, because we want all these ecosystem services to be serving people. Something very important is that for a long time, soils have been associated only with crop production. Of course, food security is our prime objective, but soil provides us more. And that's not something that we have been showing, and we have been taking, let's say, to the level of application. And whenever there was a project or there was any activity related to agriculture, soil has been given some amount of resources for purchasing fertilizers. So this idea needed to be changed because, as I showed before, soils provide much more than that. And we therefore need to take an integrated and sustainable management of it. And that required a mindset change. But how to raise awareness on this topic? Because sometimes, you know, they said we need to make soils more appealing, more sexy, because we cannot really get people, general public, even my children attracted to this. So how to do it? Of course, it's very challenging. When we started all this, and I'm sure Oleg recalled very well, this goes back to 10 years ago. Basically, soils in discussions at FAO and all multilateral platforms was not really there. Okay, why? Because they take it, the people were taking by granted that soils were already covered, as I said, by the purchase of fertilizers, so we are fine. But then we really needed assessment of the situation, and we did. And you can see there the list of different gaps that we had and the needs for doing something to change that reality so that we can scale up attention and investment on soils. So together with member countries, with partners, we worked very hard in order to position soils in the global agenda. And 10 years later, I can say that we succeeded because soils now are in the different agendas, from biodiversity to pollution, climate change, food security, sustainable development goals, etc. But we should not rest and say that we did our part. No, this is just the beginning, because that's where we need to continue demonstrating and helping, because soils need to help different processes. It's not that we need to empower and be proud of soil scientists alone. No, we need to make soils a vehicle of transformation and to change different issues that we are facing, because soils can be a solution for many challenges. So we really need to continue with this advocacy, with awareness raisings, but with a strong science behind. That should be the basis. We did so in terms of awareness raising, and for that we had two very instrumental platforms that are very much UN-like. One of them was the International Year of Soils in 2015, which was a very successful, let's say, year, because it was really a point of inflection, because from there we started to move up and up in terms of moving soils in the global agenda. The motto was healthy soils for a healthy life. And I think that was very much appealing. And then we had the World Soil Day that started, let's say, in 2002 as an IUSS event, but then in 2014, we started already celebrating as a UN Day, which makes, of course, a difference. And you can see here that a lot of material was produced, especially for awareness raising from the International Year of Soils. And a lot of material is produced every year for the World Soil Day celebrations. And here in this graphic, you can see how much the number of events have been increasing for World Soil Day observance in different countries around the world. And this proved to be a very successful awareness raising and advocacy platform. So the growth is really appealing, and I'm sure we should continue with this trend. Every year is dedicated to a particular issue that is, of course, connected to a global challenge. And that's very important because, as I said, soils should become very meaningful. And as you can see the numbers on the right, we are reaching more and more and more people, which is very important because many of these young people or children will be one day maybe decision makers, politicians, and they will already understand that soils require management and require investment and require research. So that's fundamental. But what about general public, particularly youth and children, as I mentioned? What I witnessed personally, because we always are connected to schools, universities, etc., and we are trying to get funds there, soil funds, okay? And even in my house, I have children and I try to talk to them, but they are very afraid. It's a generation that is afraid because they believe that climate change will end with the world, etc. So whenever they see negative messages, they don't want even to listen. So we need to go with positive messages because soils are really nice, starting with playing, but also starting to see how much we benefit from it. So we really need to make that change and connection. And that's where soils and art come together. Art is a very strong and powerful vehicle to make soils attractive and appealing to people. Soil museums is where it takes a place here, and that's the connection we can make with society, because museums are always attracting people. So if we are able to bring a nice museum with nice content, but transforming the complexity, because we always say soil is a complex system, and that's where we start wrongly, because yes, it is complex and scientists will study it, but for people should be simple. It should be digestible, that soils is fundamental for our lives in all sense. So a museum is a very powerful tool to help us on attracting youth, attracting general public, so that they can realize the connection of soils with environment, with nature, but also with our lives. And I'm very happy that today we are dedicating to the launch of this museum. We want this museum to become the global soil museum because it has also a virtual capacity. So we will be making diffusion of this museum through all our networks so that people do not need to travel to Moscow. I hope they could, but they could also already enter into the very rich collection of soil and historical soils in this museum. So we have to make this, and people should be able to visit and navigate about it. I'm really grateful again for this, and I conclude with my presentation here, congratulating all of you again and telling you that this is the start, and we should continue thinking that soil is dynamic and our museums should be also dynamic in order to portray what we want to do, that soil is alive. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ronald. And I request to continue presentations from FAO, Natalia Rodriguez Eugenio, our dedicated colleague. Natalia, the floor is yours.
You're muted, Natalia. Microphone, please.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I was just saying that it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Indeed, it has been quite a long process to reach this moment, but we are all very happy with the result, and we hope that you also enjoy the museum. As Ronald said, it will be available online very soon. We are just finalizing the last things, and all the participants here and everyone from wherever it comes will be able to visit the amazing museum we are launching today. For my presentation today, I will talk about the importance of black soils for global food security and ecosystem services. As Ronald just mentioned, this museum is one of the biggest collections of black soils in the world. And that's why we decided to present you some of the information that we have regarding black soils. Okay, so black soils are black in color with high content of soil organic carbon. They are named differently in different parts of the world. For example, in the US and Argentina, they are called mollysols. In Canada, they are called chernozems as well in Russia and Ukraine, or in China, they call them isounisols, depending on the classification they use. As Ronald also said, also our deputy director from FAO mentioned, that 10 countries in the world host the huge stock of soil organic carbon, and all this carbon is stored in black soils. Based on the global soil organic carbon map that you can see on the screen, and it was developed by FAO and the Global Soil Partnership back in 2017, black soil countries are also the top soil organic carbon stocks countries. So black soils are very important for soil organic carbon sequestration. As you can see also in this map, 62% of the world's black soils are devoted to crop production, which accounts for 19% of the world's cropland. This means that black soils are our food basket. Black soils are often recognized as inherently productive and fertile soils. For example, the black soils in Northeast China account for 1,003 million hectares and produce 1/3 of China's commodity grain and 1/5 of China's total grain. In the United States, black soils account for 196 million hectares, which represents 36.9% or 36.9% of them are used for livestock and crop production. And finally, in the Russian Federation, the total area of black soils accounts for 52.6% of arable lands. Characteristics such as appropriate pH, adequate available nitrogen, potassium, and suitable levels of most macronutrients allow black soils to maintain or improve soil nutrients balance and cycling when practices of sustainable management are used. This means that black soils are essential for providing food, but also for sustaining other ecosystem services for our well-being. Black soils also characterized by having good physical properties in terms of bulk density, soil aggregation, weight, aggregate stability, and in water infiltration rate. This means that these characteristics make black soil remarkable for regulating water supply in the field and help to mitigate floods and droughts and ensure water quality. As carbon-rich soils, they are a reserve of components such as sugar, amino acids, and carboxylic acids, which are natural resources for the growth of soil microbial community. Nutrients in black soils, such as nitrogen and phosphorus, also contribute to abundant soil microorganisms. Black soils also contribute to human well-being by providing nutritious food and enriching popular culture, offering alternatives for livelihood. Many nutritious foods are produced in black soils all over the world, such as cereals, beans, and meat. Hundreds of years of farming in black soils have shaped local communities with the symbol of black soils. People associated with black soils with healthy living and positive aspects to enhance the value of their personality, products, and culture. The aesthetic and recreational value of black soils also offer opportunities to increase farmers' income. But unfortunately, our black soils are at risk. Black soils are extensively being farmed all over the world for producing cereal, pasture, range, and forage systems. According to various estimates, black soils have lost 20 to 50% of soil organic carbon content. For example, in the US, In intensive continuous corn cropping system, the soil organic carbon decreased more than 50% in 100 years. In northern China, soil organic carbon content has decreased from 52 grams per kilogram, to only 24 grams per kilogram after 150 years of cultivation. And in Uruguay, soil organic carbon decreased more than 50% after only 50 years of crop production. All black soil regions in the world are facing the challenges of soil organic carbon loss, and the continued of this trend could pose a serious negative influence on climate change. Yes, black soils are very important. Are very important for our food production, are very important for our well-being, and also for climate change. They are suffering also for several degradation processes, such as erosion, salinization, compaction, anthropogenic soil acidity, soil biodiversity losses, soil stable aggregates, and nutrients imbalance. Soil nutrients imbalance is also very important because it's very much related with soil organic carbon. And even though we can produce food in poor nutrient soils, the quality of the food we produce there will be much lower. And people feeding from that food will not get sufficient nutrients. Now is the time to protect black soils in order to achieve sustainable use of these important soils. And that is why the Global Soil Partnership in FAO created the International Network of Black Soils. Considering the great importance of black soils and the risk of severe degradation, it has become crucial to promote their sustainable conservation and use, and to unlock the potential in the longer term to support food security while protecting the environment and mitigating climate change. On the basis of the recommendation after the Global Symposium on Soil Organic Carbon, the international network was launched in Rome in March 27. We have currently 31 countries, including and also the European Union, forming part of this international network of black soils. As you can see in the map, they are distributed all over the world. So this is a very important network that will provide some insights and will bring science into decision-making processes to ensure that these black soils are sustainable, used, and maintained. The International Network of Black Soils provide a platform for countries with black soils to discuss common issues and to promote ideas to conserve and sustainable manage these soils. The network is now working on the development of a report on the global status and the current production and challenges in black soils. And this network also fosters collaboration among these countries towards promoting the sustainable use and management of black soils and identify relevant research gaps. It also serves as a platform to incorporate real local challenges for knowledge sharing and technical cooperation on black soil management. And finally, this network aims to produce governance guidelines to ensure that this important treasure is protected, conserved, and sustainably used for future generations. The International Network on Black Soils members have reached a consensus about the definition of black soils and have signed the Harbin Declaration on Black Soils in order to facilitate monitoring, mapping, and sustainable management of black soils. And why for us monitoring and mapping is so important is basically because you cannot protect and conserve what you don't know. So it's really important to assess the quality and the current status of black soils to understand which actions need to be taken in order to protect them. You can get more information about this network on the website of the Global Soil Partnership, looking for this symbol or for the Black Soil Network. And finally, I would like to make a call to all the participants here to join the network if the country has black soils according to the definition that was approved, and also contribute to the development of the report on the global status of black soils, the global black soil distribution map that will be most probably be launched by the end of this year, and to join the International Black Soil Monitoring Network that will be launched in the near future. The approach of black soils protection that we want to promote is very important because actually black soils are a key element in the Sustainable Development Goals. They are important for mitigating climate change and ensure food security. Thus, protecting black soils can contribute to achieve Sustainable Development Goals, especially the number 2 on zero hunger and number 13 on climate change. But they are also very important on SDG 3 for promoting good health and well-being. As I mentioned before, if soils are healthy and rich in nutrients, we will get nutrient-rich food, which supply all our needs. And finally, I will just want to highlight that soils in general are very important for the achievement of many other Sustainable Development Goals. For example, if those soils are protected and well and sustainably managed, they will ensure a good income for farmers. So this will contribute to end poverty in the rural areas, especially. They filter water and retain, especially carbon-rich soils, retain contaminants, ensuring that the water quality will be good for our health and for the environment as well. And this will also contribute to reduce the inputs of contaminants and nutrients to water bodies and the oceans, reducing the eutrophication and contamination problems and ensuring life below water as well. And with this, I finish my presentation. I thank you all for your attention and for your presence in this seminar, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the seminar. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Наталья. Российским участникам особо...
Thank you very much. Russian participants were extremely pleased to listen about the importance of the black soils because for us it's a national endo, and it is even more appreciated, and we know that
значительное количество стран, которые...
We have the group of people who think the same, and we approve and appreciate black soils, and we are united, and it helps us to solve the main issue of farmers, to feed people. And now I'll give the floor to the representative of the project team from the Russian part, to Professor, Doctor of Biological Sciences, Ivan Vasenyov, who will talk about the process, about the concept, and about the so-called saga of modernization of the Soil and Agronomic Museum, named after
задать нашим слушателям вопрос.
Williams. And then we will give the opportunity to ask questions, and we will reply to them. Thank you very much, Oleg Yulyevich. Thanks to Ronald and Natalia, not only because they supported our activities within the Global Soil Partnership, not only for people, soil science, but
черноземных почв или черных почв.
Ecologists, and I should like to thank them for all the activities where Russian participation is also strong, but I can use them as my platform, as the shoulders of my predecessors in their speeches, and talking about, referring to Ronald's presentation when he talked about the ecological function of soils, and it makes not only soil science, but also students to appeal to soils, to soil
в музее Тимирязевки.
institutions, to soil museums. And oh, thank you. Thanks to Natalia. Yes, black soils, they are more typical for us because black soils, they are a king of soil and they are more typical for us. And most of these black soils are in the territory of Russia. So it is very important for us to work with our colleagues to verify, to check, and to find out the
посвящено, собственно, задачам
best
модернизации.
possible opportunities to use this soil. But my presentation today will be dedicated, as was agreed with FAO. It will be dedicated to digitalization of the Soil Agronomic Museum. It involved a great number of people, and first of all, representatives of the Timirazov Academy, and we should like to express thanks to our colleagues from different countries who at the early stage took an active part in consultancy, in working out the strategy, in technological matters. And first of all, I should like
Соответственно, сегодня мы слышали,
please bring back the previous slide, and I should like to show you that among moderators we have males, but among speakers we had many beautiful women, and our beautiful women, they made it possible to achieve success. I don't need to represent Natalia. Natalia coordinated, she was our coordinator, and she was a very, very impeccable and very thorough coordinator, especially at the latest stage of our process. Tamara made the laws, Tamara Stepanova made the law.
офиса представительства ФАО.
From the part of the Moscow office, Irina Nikolaevna Siliverstova, she is the hostess of our museum, and she did not sleep at all together with her team. She spent nights here in order to make everything to the most, and she will have to develop it further. And then Irina Viktorovna Andreeva, she was behind the scene, but she undertook
Слышали от Евгения
a great load talking about finances. And we know that this project has 4 years, and it's not typical for cooperation for FAO with the Russian Federation, and we needed some time to be involved in this process. We needed methodological platform, and consequently, it was very important to
схема цифровизации, которая включала все
just our work with all members of our team. And finally, we had to work out the descriptions. For example, the description of the soil monolith, it's standard for soil science, but it was not simple because these monoliths were collected during 100 years, and the primary classification and the term classification was different. We have 35 different components, but we needed to agree them upon, and they were collected with different time. And so a lot of work was done by staff members of this museum, by teachers of the soil science department of the Timirazov Academy. And what we had to do, we had to organize a very correct digitalization of our photographs, because we wanted to demonstrate them the richness of the soils. And these photographs are rather old, they're about 100 years old, but we wanted to look them young, like they were in the beginning.
из Корнельского университета.
And we consulted with our colleagues from the Lincoln Institution, and they told us to relax because these wrinkles, these scratches, they will make your photographs even more beautiful because they will highlight the nobility like an old wine. And so then another task was the methods that were changed during many years, and we needed to achieve or to reach harmonization with a more classified, well, with a more classified university of Wageningen, and even the graphic description had to be agreed upon. We talked
так, чтобы информация выглядела унифицированно.
about 900 monoliths. We had to classify them. Of course, we needed to organize them graphically, not for the soil science, but we needed to do some cleaning of the data. And Yulia Mishalkina did it very well. She organized the primary analysis and she analyzed all the possible deviations. But the main engine of this team was Alexei
молодых преподавателей, которые
Yaroslavtsev, one of our most perspective soil science. And he also dealt with the programming, and he's in demand. And this programming is in demand not only in Russia, and of course, well, at the same time, we were thoroughly monitored by Natalia Rodriguez because consequently we had to deal with data which will be useful for our participants and for people from many countries. We talked
иногда дискуссии, иногда сложно,
about online system. We had valuable discussions and consultancies with our colleagues from the Rome office, with Matteo, who dealt with profile design of all information systems, and Gerardo, who worked with database. And this work was rather difficult because not always we could prepare the information in this simple and understandable manner. And tolerance was the main thing. It was a very good masterclass for us to work according to the standards that exist. Allow me to present to you, at the bottom, you see Matteo from Rome and Irina Ivanovna Gulik, unfortunately switched on rather late to our team, and
который бы был способен воспринимать и
we wanted to find such a designer. We were looking for such a designer, and historic architecture of this museum, and to be capable for an open discussion and for compromise, because I can tell you we had a complex team, and until the last moment our opinions did not match and we had to go back to the beginning. And on the top you can see the staff, well, the team of our museum: Irina Seliverstova, Marina Williams, and we should like to express our thanks to her because it was like a live thread from the founder of this museum, Vasily Williams. And here you may see Irina
систематизации, описанию.
Amatlaeva and Yulia, who did the primary work, and they collected primary data. Totally in the primary data, we presented our information reports, and you can see the amount of these materials that we've presented, and you can understand how much time it will take to work with these materials. And it is a priceless, very valuable scientific material, and we will have to work with it, work, and work. When Natalia talked about the soil assessment, when Ronald mentioned the ecological function of the soils, we need to have like a control object, and this museum named after Williams, it's a very rich material because we have to understand how they looked at
Я извиняюсь, но тогда
the moment of description. GPS, at that time, there was no GPS, and therefore our experts, they had to use descriptions and to make a very accurate description where these components were selected, when. Sometimes they managed to do it, but now they have a platform, and now when they organize monitoring of the soils, they use a great work. And another thing is updated labels. Well, it seems to be very simple, but you understand that in the museum, they have to be in one style for the herbarium, for soils, for mountains, and we had to translate them into English. And that was quite a procedure. So we had some information, we needed information, but at the same time, well, the labels should not interlap with the main component. We had a team of soil science people, and they worked and they took part in the analyzing of condition of the soils, their functioning, their anthropogenic changes and their evolution. And you may see Nikolai Milayev, Andrei Chigin, and a great role belongs to Boris, who helped being a dean of the soil science faculty. He was actively involved in this work. And he helped professionally and technically the mapping that we see. And we also have that one that was not included in the stands, and they are presented electronically. So everything looks very standard, but behind it, there is a great amount of information. When we exchanged information with Natalia, on what kind of electronic map, what kind of a format, what kind of a quality, are they modern from the content point of view? Do they subject to the visualization and imagination? And so we took like 2 or 3 weeks to agree upon all these discussions and all these matters. Natalia provided us with information from mapping department of FAO. And well, they provided us with more than 12 possible different examples how to put it on the map. And we discussed the size of the map, where to put the flag, where to put the name of the country. It was like a kind of a map legend in Russian and English. I didn't have enough time to present it. So there were 56 groups of soil monoliths, and each of them had a detailed description and their location on the map, location on the Russian territory. Sometimes we had arguments and we had to discuss the location. The unique collection of soil in our museum, I think it's the only one, because I managed to visit many museums. But here we represent soil in different versions of agronomic composition of soils, which presents a special interest. And when we visited previous leaders of the International Union of Soils, Professor Kazaki, and today we will have our long-term friend, Carmela Dazzi. He is a leader of the European soil protection. And he said that we want our colleagues to see, to watch it, but not everybody can visit this museum. And of course, it pushed us. It pushed Evgenia Sirova to organize the activity within the walls of our academy to initiate this process. And we talk about, as Oleg Yulevich said before, we need some renovation, and consequently the photographs which were placed in the 50s, well, they are not morally obsolete, but technically they are obsolete, and the decision was taken to renew them. A discussion was taking place about the color, whether it should be black and white or color. But since we are entering this century of digitalization, probably we have had to change them for color photographs to select the most accessible photographs, the conditions that we had to conclude the agreement. So it was a big layer of discussion. And if I knew about the amount of work, about the issues and challenges, probably like many others, so I would not have taken it. But I should like to express my thanks to members of our team that they've undertaken this responsibility and they reached the result. And finally,
почвоведов, которые проводили в непростых условиях.
the systemic representation conditions. Well, soil science people, we are used to make the description in the field when you can spend 1 hour, 2 hours digging the soil and to check the structure and all the properties. But here in this case, we had to accurately take it off, to clean it very thoroughly. And practically we couldn't check the structure. So we had to go back to archives and to verify. It was not so simple.
Более молодыми коллегами.
And a great amount of work has been done by Andrei and Nikolai Viktorovich and Andrei Vladimirovich, and the description was verified by more experienced colleagues who had a lot of field experience. And then again, we did some verification when it was translated into English and comparison with international classification. So every component was looked by, I would say, 5, 6 pairs of eyes. We wanted to attract professional photographers. But when we did the shooting, it turned out that Nikolai
И очень хороший фотограф.
Viktorovich was a unique specialist, a unique expert, a photographer. Being a soil science specialist, he knew what has to be reflected. Alexei Mikhailovich was already mentioned, and we can talk a lot about him. Consequently, he is like a live bridge between the soil science, ecology, agroecology, and information technologies, which were presented by our very advanced, very experienced colleagues from Rome. So the data bank, which was compiled, which is developing and will be approved and will be improved.
Алексея Михайловича.
We hope in the near future we'll reach this result. It's not enough to describe, to digitalize, but it's very important to present it in the museum portal on the screen so that the visitors of the museum and virtual visitors could see detailed information in the clear and understandable language. And we should like to express our thanks to our colleagues from Rome. They did not only demonstrate and they insisted during some discussions,
соответственно, то, что
and we discussed several options, and I like it now, but of course it can be done better. A great amount of translation of the primary materials was done by our young assistant professor, Viktor Moriev, and he was so impeccable and he was so thorough that he checked everything, but if he
что, значит, вот вариант Дмитрия Владимировича
translated, then during the second 100 of the monolith, I was absolutely confident in translation. We discussed something, but of course, there could be some remarks to the classification determination of soils, but I remember the latest Congress of Soil Science in Brazil. At that time, for the colleagues, there were special determinations in the fields, and we went to the field.
Он смог убедить присутствующих.
And Mr. Krasilnikov, who will deliver his presentation today, we were talking about the primary description and we argued about it. So please, if you make some remarks and propose your options, of course, we will be able to improve something and then we will make some corrections. But talking about the navigation, new navigation in the museum, those who enter the website, probably they need some wide imagination, but probably some visitors want to look for
или какую он увидел для своей
some particular soil, which their grandmother had in the vegetable garden. And so it means that this person has to find the quickest route to this particular soil and to find out the data. And Matteo did a lot for this, for the navigation process. After 2 o'clock today, there will be Alexei Nikolaevich presentation. He will talk from our neighbors from the Agrochemical University, and we will hope for their support. And in the near future,
аналитическую обработку, чтобы те, кто посещает,
we will be able to strengthen and they will be able to find the properties which have not been reflected yet. Thank you very much for your Thank you very much for your attention, cooperation. I could not name everybody. Alexei Vyacheslamovich Buzilov, who did a lot to solve technical matters. Isabella, who was in charge of many, many questions from Rome. Sergei Yurievich, who had to, well, unscrew and many, many nails and Alexei Kashansky, Anatoly Kashansky. In the course of our work, well, unfortunately, he passed away during our activity. I should like to thank all of my colleagues from the Soil Science Department and Mr. Naumov, who could organize the work of his team at all stages of the process and at the primary stage of description and agreement. And I should like to remember, I should like to
руководителю Московского университета Виктор,
express my thanks to my my scientific supervisor, Mr. Tugulian, who was a postgrad of the graduate of the soil science department, and he was a leader in classification of the geography of classification of soils. And well, because of him, we love the soil science, and whatever we did afterwards, urban ecology, but love to the soil and attention to the soil goes along with us during our life, and we want to pass it to our young colleagues. Thank you.
Большое спасибо за ваш, ну, просто зажигательный рассказ. И вы представили вот эту вот работу, которая проходила в таком творческом коллективе, на большом подъеме, с таким энтузиазмом, так, что я подумал, что, наверное, для почвоведа увлекательная жизнь. Глядя на вас и на фотографии ваших коллег на этой замечательной презентации, я очень прошу распоряжение наших организаторов, чтобы она была вывешена на сайт. Правительская профессия столь древняя, и ныне она очень и очень... Я вспомнил сейчас, выпускники почвоведческих факультетов как Тимирязевской академии, так и МГУ Ломоносова работают в самых различных областях и науки, и государственной деятельности, сферы управления. В частности, выпускник факультета почвоведения работает в постоянном представительстве России в Риме при ФАО и успешно применяет знания, полученные при изучении. Это действительно древний и...
It really is an ancient and modern and very relevant discipline, which has 7 disciplines within the specialty of
I was asked to repeat part, at least part of my short remarks in English. So I said that our good friend, Professor Vasinyov, delivered very inspirational speech indeed. And it was a vivid story of how the museum was concepted and modernized, and the team of a group of people who worked on it are real enthusiasts. And he made soil sciences are the most exciting trade in the world, and I really believe it. And people who get their primary education in profile universities and soil science use their knowledge received during academic training with success in very different fields. And for instance, one of my colleagues, a diplomat in the Russian delegation to FAO in Rome, also graduated from soils faculty of Moscow State University. So good continuation and all the best. And I hope Professor Vasinyov will make us available his wonderful PDF PowerPoint presentation so we could publish it on our website and on the website of Global Soils Partnership in Rome. And now we have questions. Да, Иван Иванович.
Можно вернуться, все работает, спасибо. Попросить вас повторить еще один раз, вот там последний слайд, я извиняюсь, после sentence. Thank you so much. Because usually we finish. Я извиняюсь. Поскольку обычно мы заканчиваем на слайде «спасибо», то я, значит, вот...
Since normally we do it otherwise. So the last slide, I did not comment on it. I just omitted it. So within the system of institutions related to soil, which through Natalia Rodriguez provides us with high quality, latest versions of soil maps, well, you see, they represent the different countries of the world, because what we had
нам необходимо было привести их не только
in our collection before, the maps dated back to the different years, and they did not correspond to the latest version of the classification. And now they are in their latest version. And so I'm very much grateful to my colleagues and to Natalia for making them. Sorry, I was very much excited and forgot about it. So dear colleagues, on behalf of our participants of over the internet and those present here, we do have a few questions, and we have a question and answer session now. Now I will say and speak about the three questions. The first question is to Ronald Vargas.
It's related to the content of your PowerPoint about advocacy platforms. And the question is, how do you make these platforms look attractive for us to follow? I hope you have the answer. Please.
Thank you very much, Oleg, and thank you for the question. Well, of course, it is very challenging to make things attractive, especially such platforms. Well, the International Year of Soils in 2015 one is passed already. In that time, we made all our efforts to make it attractive and appealing. But every year we dedicate the one to the World Soil Day. And in order to make it attractive, we launch different activities. For instance, we launch many contests for producing videos, for experiments, for writing books, and those calls have prizes. So people, apart from doing things, can also get some prizes, or we publish the inputs we receive from them so that they can also benefit from that. And we always really look at how we can engage them, and we use a lot of also social media in order for them to be active and their contribution be reflected in many other ways, because we know that's very important. So that's what we do. And this year we will also do one campaign related to especially soil salinity and the relation with soil and water. And I hope we will make it so attractive with some contest, with some campaigns, materials that people will.
Ronald, we have problem with the sound. We can't hear neither you nor the translation. We're still having sound problems, so let's hope our technical group would fix it.
Hello? Apologies for that. Well, technology is like that. And well, I responded, so I was responding to me only. So I will try to respond now again, and I hope it's the same answer. Maybe I forgot. So what I was saying is that making these platforms attractive, of course.
Okay.
Is it okay? So I was saying.
We hear you. We hear the translation. It's okay. Please go on.
Okay. So making these platforms attractive is challenging, but I will give you examples of how we make it attractive. So basically, especially on the World Soil Day campaign, every year we dedicate to a topic. And in order to attract people, not only scientists, but especially civil society, what we launch is a number of contests, okay? Contests related to, for instance, doing some experiments, preparing books, or trying to record videos, trying to take pictures. So we have different contexts that try to engage civil society, and we give prizes for that because we know that, of course, that can attract more people. At the same time, we offer the possibility for all these inputs to be reflected and published so that the ones really contributing to this can see some benefits out of it. But in general, the benefit is also demonstrated when we make the reports and we try to present everywhere those contributions. So we believe that's one way of attracting people. But if colleagues participating in this meeting, especially students, we saw there are many from Indonesia, have other ideas, we will be more than glad to receive them and try to implement them because we are very flexible to this. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Рональд.
Thank you very much, Ronald. I personally am convinced that these wonderful
Пожалуй, лучшая агитация.
Stories like yours and Professor Vasilyev's that really ignite the audience. They are necessary for the active inclusion and integration and mainstreaming in the work on soils. The next question is addressed to Natalia.
What are the benefits of black soil for world agriculture and the strategies that have been implemented in protecting black soils in nature? So please answer this one.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Indeed, as I mentioned in my presentation, black soils are the food basket of our world, and it's because of that the Global Soil Partnership is trying to promote a better governance of these kind of soils and a more sustainable management of them. And for doing that, well, we have our main tool is the voluntary guidelines for sustainable soil management. that were approved by FAO in 2017, and for having more concrete guidelines on how to sustainably manage these kind of soils and enhance the content of soil organic carbon, we are about to launch later this year the technical manual on recarbonization of soils, which provides examples of good practices for managing soils in a sustainable way and enhance the content of organic carbon, but also to conserve the content that they already have. And this is very important for climate change. There were also some questions similar to this on the chat, asking which is the role of black soils on climate change. And indeed, these black soils are very rich in carbon. If they are not sustainably managed, all this carbon can be released into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change. That is why it's so important, not only for producing food and for preserving these soils, but also for mitigating and fighting against climate change. So this is why we are trying to promote sustainable soil management of these soils and a better governance. And this is also part of the role of the International Network of Black Soils. They are about to identify good practices for these soils, which are the challenges for them, and which are the hotspots areas that need to be protected and where the focus has to be put in order to prevent losses of soil organic carbon and releases of carbon to the atmosphere.
Знаете, воспользуемся моментом сказать, что если у нас будут вопросы из зала к спикерам, пожалуйста, подходите сюда к микрофону, либо мы принесем микрофон вам. Сейчас установим трансляцию, имейте в виду. Спасибо.
Меня слышно, да? Мы можем провести собственную мини-секцию.
Yes, we can have a mini subsection meeting session. We have the FAO expert here and our own experts, so we can have a mini session here in the audience.
We have uplink reestablished. At least. Yeah. Okay. So if you hear me, Ronald, Natalia, please wave your hand. Yes, okay, thank you so much. So we have a question to Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan Ivanovich, I'll read. So read it then in Russian. So your colleagues from Rome passed this ball to you. Уважаемый профессор Василев, черноземы весьма полезны, но, как выясняется, что высокое содержание органического углерода. Черноземы, безусловно, весьма полезны для ведения.
Black soil, of course, is very useful for agriculture, but due to high content of organic carbon, they also impact the climate change and possibly for
Существуют ли пути сократить
the global warming? This impact of organic carbon is it possible that it will not? How can we do it that it will not somehow impact the agriculture? Yes, Chernozem has its benefits for the
часто не очень рационального
agriculture, and it also impacts the atmosphere. When the modes of functioning of the microbiota, aerobic microorganism began to prevail, which affect the soil, and the majority of the back soils have lost 30 to 40% of their original content of organic substances. But even if we have 25% with due diligence, with due agricultural practices, we could use them without affecting the quality of soils. In Orlov region, there are some farms which had a regional experiment in applying the
которая позволила им не только повысить содержание органического
no carbon, I guess. I couldn't hear it well. And at the same time, they reduced the cost effectiveness to 40 rubles per kilo. Well, you probably are aware of the prices, but they said very frankly that for the first 4 years, we had some deficit in money, and the fifth of 6 years were much better. I'm sorry for
характеризуется значительным пространством.
a very, so to say, expansive reply. But with all the variety of the options, we have to be patient and select the technologies which have already proven their effect, so that they would also prove to be very efficient in other regions. Here is our interest and the perspectives. And we have a colleague who is in charge of that and who is doing that research. Thank you very much, Ivan Ivanovich. When I first
колонку.
Came to this museum, Ivan Ivanovich showed me the monolith of 12 meters deep. And this is much much larger than the one which is preserved in the Paris collection of monoliths. So we come to the end of our first part, the first session of the relaunch of the Williams Museum.
Хозяевам нашей
And on behalf of FAO, I would like to express our cordial thanks to the rector of the academy, Mr. Tukachev, and all the professors and teachers, the students, the project group, and all of our listeners. So all of those who are present here in the museum will have a break now for an excursion conducted by Mrs. Siliverstova, who is the keeper of those treasures available to the wide public. And now with
музей выйдет в
the
киберпространство.
relaunch of the official website by the end of the month, it will be available for everybody. And after lunch, we will have the second part of the scientific symposium at 2:30 p.m. Moscow time, which is 1:30 Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you in an hour and a half. Excuse me, now in 1 hour at 2:30 Moscow time, 1:30 Central European time.
Добро пожаловать в один из крупнейших почвенных музеев мира – Почвенно-агрономический музей имени Василия Робертовича Вильямса. Музей основан при всемирно известном Российском университете сельскохозяйства.
Экскурсия начинается из этого зала. Пожалуйста, не уходите. Мы начнем из этого зала экскурсию. Те, кто хочет остаться.
Свыше 35 тысяч почвенных образцов, тысячи листов гербария и архивных материалов.
В музее представлена самая большая в мире коллекция черноземов, богатых углеродом почв, которые необходимы для производства продуктов питания, а также играют ключевую роль в связывании углерода и регулировании изменения климата.
Сегодня для почвенно-агрономического музея имени Василия Робертовича Вильямса, неотъемлемой части нашего университета, его наследия и современности, начался новый отсчет времени. Благодаря финансовой поддержке Российской Федерации, техническому содействию ФАО, Продовольственной и сельскохозяйственной организации Объединенных Наций, он вступает в цифровую эпоху.
Оцифрованы почвенные монолиты, обновлены выставочные материалы, установлены сенсорные экраны, где посетители смогут ознакомиться с историей и содержанием экспозиции музея, лучше понять особенности почвообразования и агроэкологически сбалансированного землепользования. Все это делает достояние музея доступным для тысяч новых виртуальных посетителей из любого уголка земного шара. Формирование коллекции началось еще в 1894 году, когда будущий академик Вильямс возглавил кафедру земледелия Академии.
Дорогие гости, очень
Преподаватели
приятно
каждое
провести
лето
сегодня
уезжали на
такую
практику со
небольшую экскурсию.
студентами и осенью привозили образцы почв, горных пород, растений, многие другие натурные экспонаты, старейшим из которых почти 1,5 века.
Для растущей коллекции монолитов в 1939 году начали строительство нового здания. Василий Робертович, который в то время уже имел большой опыт работы в Политехническом музее в Москве, лично разрабатывал проект нового здания музея вместе с архитектором Осиповым.
Основная экспозиция музея сегодня состоит из 900 почвенных монолитов и размещена в 4 залах на основе зонально-географического принципа. От почв крайнего севера к южным черноземам и почвам субтропиков. Осмотр начинается с зала факторов почвообразования, в котором демонстрируются процессы выветривания горных пород и первичный процесс образования почв. В других залах на стендах мы видим фотографии типичного ландшафта зон, характерные образцы растений и монолиты почв, которые наглядно демонстрируют изменения в почвенных горизонтах, процессах почвообразования и антропогенной трансформации почв. Уникальная экспозиция музея дает возможность проводить экскурсии и практические занятия не только со студентами, но и со школьниками, знакомя их с таким важнейшим ресурсом, как почва.
Добрый день, коллеги. Мы начинаем нашу вторую сессию, которая будет посвящена вопросам, связанным непосредственно с почвами, их анализом, особенностью отражения почвенного многообразия в фондах музеев, прежде всего в монолитах, в перспективах их дальнейшего использования. И начинает нашу сессию заведующий кафедрой почвоведения геологии.
Our session is started by the assistant professor of the Timorazev Academy with the greatest experience in field laboratory work, Vladimir Dmitrievich Naumov, who will cover the main issues and problems related to the creation of the collection in the Williams Museum. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Давайте я буду листать. А нет, еще не все. Ну, тема доклада – это вклад.
The subject of my presentation is the contribution to the build-up of the Williams Agronomic Museum collection. I would like to say that the whole history of the Department of Soil Science and the creation of a unique soil and agronomic museum is inextricably linked with the name of Williams, who has integrated the Dokuchayev genetic soil science, with the soil science, agronomic concepts of post-shipment.
Не только у нас в стране, но и за рубежом.
He became the founder of scientific and school development of the theory of soil formation and soil fertility, which is now known as the Тимирязевка School of Soil Scientists. Our department was created in 1912 and until 1939, Academician Williams was the chair of this department. I would like to say that originally the museum was organized on the territory of the soil chair. It played an important role in organizing studies of the students in scientific experiments. When we speak about Williams, he was not a scientist who stayed in his room in his cabinet. He traveled all across Russia. I'm not going to tell you about the places and spots which he visited. He visited lots of places in Russia, and he brought monoliths from all of his trips. That was his passion, his hobby, and he was not alone in his efforts because he also included his students into that. The methods of selecting monoliths was invented by him, and we are still keeping to that tradition. Those numerous expeditions were focused on extracting monoliths. One of the expeditions was to the Transcaucasia, where he had to select some places for the tea plantations in the Chakya region. As I said, the Museum of Soils, that idea dates back to the 19th century. The museum grew up. Its collection of monoliths were increasing, the minerals, herbariums were expanded, and the facility itself became too small. And in 1934, when we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Williams' scientific activities, the government issued an order on setting up the Museum of Soil. And this is the time since which we are thinking about our museum. Unfortunately, the construction began when Williams still was alive, but he unfortunately died before it was over. And Professor Bushinsky continued his work. And after the death of Williams, he became the head of the soil science department since 1939. He was not only an active participant in the construction of the museum, but he was also
Организации всей экспозиции музея.
organizing the whole of the collection of the museum. And under him, there were some major expeditions that were carried out by him because the new building, the new facility needed a new collection. And here I would like to identify two expeditions: AgroLes Project expedition to create state protected forest strips and other plantations in the southeast of the country, and the other one for soil research in view of the development of virgin and fallow lands and the different expeditions were organized by the members of the museum. Then Professor Yarkov, Sergei Yarkov, participated in the development of the new exposition of the museum. He also went to the different expeditions, and when we are looking at the exposition, 8 monoliths were identified by Professor Yarkov. And those were the southern, the meadow salted soils. I would like to add also that Yarkov made a large contribution into the exposition of the current museum. Professor of our department, Savinov, 30 monoliths were selected by him, together with Rostovtseva. In the Rostov district, they selected original monoliths with buried soils, 20 meters. It's one of the largest expositions in our museum. Here we see the samples which were selected by Savinov. After Bushinsky, Professor Grechin, Ivan Grechin, was also chair of our department from 1960 to 1966. He also traveled to the different parts of Russia, and here you see the how he is looking at the map and trying to identify the route. And he was mostly working on the podzolized medium thick loamy soils. Professor Maria Pershina, her whole life, she was our leader, and until a very advanced age, she went on field. She was a real field worker. Her interests were in the forest belts and soils of dry steppes. The monoliths which were selected by Maria Nikolov, those were the chestnut soils and carbonate soils. Professor Nikolai Panov, while still a student, he took part in the expeditions, and he was bringing back the different monoliths. He was an expert in the properties of soil, and he made surveys of virgin and fallow lands. Those were solonets on loam soils. Professor Podubny, Nikolai Podubny, a famous expert in sod podzolic soils and chernozyms. He traveled to the different parts of Russia, and at present, our museum boasts 2 or 3 monoliths, which he brought from the solonets and soliditic soils. Now, Mershin, another assistant professor who traveled to different places of Russia, and he selected 3 monoliths in the museum, and those were the pine chestnut steppe solonets and dark chestnut carbonate loamy. Assistant Professor Pashansky, he took part in a lot of expeditions, both in Russia and abroad. In our exposition, we find monoliths which were found in Siberia, in Chernozem leached and gray forest and dark gray forest soils. Professor Savich, Vitaly Savich, he is one of the leading research professors in our sphere. He worked in the north and in Kamchatka, in Siberia.
And we also find his monolith and his soil taken from Kamchatka. The traditions laid down by Williams are preserved in our chair, and they are developed, and a great share of the work carried by our department is done on field. Whenever anyone travels, they always bring back monoliths. And I would like to say a few words about the original practice. I believe that this is unique in Russia, and this is the complex botanical practice, practical sessions. The guys go by cars from Moscow to Akhtuba River and Baskunchak. They travel through 5 areas, soil areas, 11 routes. Everywhere they get acquainted with the soils, landscapes, select monoliths, get acquainted with the different scientific research parties there. And another tradition, which we still have from Mr. Williams, these are the meetings which we organize in field when we travel to other places. Here you see the picture of one of such meetings in Dubna, which is north of the Moscow region, and the other one is the south of Russia, of Moscow, excuse me, where they are selecting the different specimen of soils. So you see that our department has made a large contribution to the museum. Of course, we keep the traditions set by Professor Williams close to heart, and we hope that this will be the same in the future. Thank you very much for such an academic dimension of the history of your department. We do hope that now we look at it as a history which is not just a history, but it will be developing. So we're keeping to the schedule, and now do we have questions? Yes, we have already a question. Vladimir Dmitrievich, what is the purpose? Just a second. Maybe what are the measures by the museum to protect, to conserve the black soil? At present, the museum does not have its feature or function as conservation or protecting the soil, because our main function is preservation of the exposition and the collection and the extension of the knowledge from the museum to the professionals and to the Muscovites. So I will say that this, I cannot give an answer to this because this is not a function for the museum. But you have said that so far, yes. So I think that maybe in the nearest future, maybe, well, proceeding from history, I've been working in the department for a long time. In our museum, we did have a whole group of scientific workers, 7, and there were expeditions where we traveled to all parts of the country. And of course, love was, so to say, boiling here. Monoliths were brought from the different places. We had different expositions, specialized exhibitions. Unfortunately, now we don't have a single scientific fellow, a senior or junior fellow who would be carrying out the job, this work. So we need some scientific workforce. I hope that Vladimir Ivanovich will be listening to us, and probably as a result of our meeting today, our event today, some decisions will be made, because this task is a very elevated and good one. We're here with our colleagues from our country and from abroad, and I hope that we will have a very close collaboration between the chair and the museum. Yes, let's hope for that. The next.
Well, we've corrected the line of speakers, and we have now the presentation of Jetse Sturvogel. He's a professor from the Research Center of Wageningen University from the Netherlands. Well, the Timirazov Academy and Mr. Sturvogel Jetse have a lot of history. Oh, you remember the 2010 when we had fires in the Moscow region and smog. And during that summer, Mr. Sturvogel came to Moscow, arrived in Moscow, and he visited the museum and he went to the field. He was digging, and every year he comes to Russia, and he was the first when we talked about this project, the preparation project. He came with a presentation, and his presentation deals with the organization of the International Museum Center, Research Center in the University of Wageningen. And when our colleagues went to the Netherlands, they felt like at home. And despite a lot of nice words about the progress of this museum, but the component, the functional component, the functional and ecological assessment, which is associated and related to evolution, of which the Wageningen University has a lot of experience, we still have to work on it. But now I want to give the floor to Mr. Sturvogel.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. To be honest, I'm in the field at the moment. That's of course part of our job. That's what we all would like to be. It's always the best thing. Nevertheless, we don't always have that opportunity. And as we heard already in the previous presentation, that Mr. Williams traveled around Russia, that is not something that we all can do. Although we would like, but in these days it is certainly not as easy. So in that context, I would like to share with you a little bit the importance I think that the soil monoliths have for the better understanding of the essential diversity of the Russian soils. And as Ivan already mentioned, I had the great pleasure to visit the Williams Museum several times and discussed its important part. And I think it really has an important element, and for several reasons. And what I would like to do in my presentation, I would like to take you through a few of those elements. One is, I think we should start, and I think that Dukachev and Williams would have loved that, to start with the concepts in soil geography. Because it links to why we have a museum and how we structure such a museum. We also have our soil functions. I would like to make a few remarks on that. And then finally, the role of the soil diversity, which is so essential for us. Finally, I come then to the functions of the museum, and then I have a general discussion. Well, if we start with the concepts in soil geography, we as soil geographers, we have, and we are all trained in a sense by our Russian colleagues, our Russian ancestors, so to say. We are trained by saying, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to describe the variation that we have in a landscape. And we are doing that through describing it in our different soil types. And although we can walk through the field, bringing those different monoliths together already gives us an opportunity to directly compare them in a better way, because we just see them one by one. So I think the whole idea of our concepts in soil geography by doing the soil classification already helps us a lot in describing its context. And I think we are very fortunate in soil science to really have all these standard techniques for describing and classifying soils. And of course, we have different soil classification systems available, but in general, we have a few of those standard systems. And those really help us to really come up with descriptions that are standardized. And that allows us then, if, for example, you would come to the Soil Museum in Wageningen, or we come to another soil museum, that we have these standardized descriptions of the site, of the horizons, and perhaps even of some chemical and physical soil properties. But we also have to be a little bit honest with this, because we know that although we deal with representative soil types and we can create that beautiful monolith that we have, on the same time we see that there's quite some variation within those monoliths. And for example, here you see the difference, some of the soil types from the WRB, the World Resource Base. And what do we see is that there's quite some variation in soil organic matter per soil type. So there is quite some variation. And what I really liked also about the Williams Soil Museum is that for different soil types, they had a whole range of different soil profiles under different forms of land use that really illustrates the effect that land use may have on those soil types, that also land degradation may have on those soil types. So it really makes that context. While we have all our variation, we recognize that the soils and the different soil types that we have, and all that diversity that is out there, that we have different soil functions. And we have to be honest, we cannot expect that at one particular location, we can really provide all those soil functions. And some soil types are more suitable for one particular soil function, and other soil types are more suitable for other soil functions. And it's good that that diversity is there. To a certain extent, we can adapt that, of course, but in reality, we have to realize that that diversity really helps us in that context. And there is a direct link to some of the societal issues that we are facing in terms of climate change with carbon sequestration. You could think of, for example, our urbanization that we have in our landscapes. How are we going to deal with that? But also the increased food production or the conservation of our ecological resources. The soil's functions also illustrate really very clearly the multifaceted nature of our soils, that there are all these different elements out there, and that we can really deal with them. And that is, I think, really helpful. But we also have to be honest. And I think this is also a role, I will come back to that later, but a role of the Soil Museum. We have to create a certain awareness, an awareness that that soil that is under the surface that often you cannot see, that it is providing these soil functions. And yeah, we really would like to show that, of course, to all these different people out there, that they also are realizing that and that they are interested in preserving it. The Williams Museum is not the only one, and that I think is a good thing. I think in reality, I would almost like to argue that almost every country should have a soil museum, or perhaps countries like Russia should have more than one because it's so big. Because you would like to bring and show really the information together, and really, as I mentioned earlier, to have that comparison role, the comparative role of those soils together. It's also interesting because we can also see how different people, how different musea also take a different perspective. And for example, you see in some musea that they really structured it by regions of the country. In some musea, it's structured by the soil functions. But there is one role, I think, that also the Williams Museum has on top of, I think, what a lot of these musea that are in this list have, is that there is an historical value to the museum. And the fact that a lot of these monoliths have been taken already so long ago and collected, and that what we see in the museum also reflects the importance that was there in the society at that moment, I think is really important to keep that in mind. Note that there's not only musea out there, but there are also a lot of soil collections. It is also good that it's not all there, but the collections are also an important role. And here you see some of the musea globally, at least some of them that I visited, but there are many more. And I noticed also that in some of the more like environmental museums or social geography or geography museums, I should say, of natural history, that they also have sometimes a collection of soil monolites. So then what is the role? And I already, in my talk, I already mentioned a few of those. I think one of the roles of such a collection certainly is research. Having a standardized set of monoliths out there, perhaps even with like soil samples, that there's a standard set out there, really helps us in our research activities. Something that is obvious is educational part. And I think later on this afternoon, we will also here talk about the role of these soil musea and kids. But I think that it really plays a role in the education. And that really goes from lower education up to high school and universities. And of course, this year for us, at least in Wageningen, was really special because we were not allowed to go into the field with our students. So we basically have a whole year of students that were trained on the soil museum rather than in the field. So it's a different situation. Then on top of that, there is the public awareness. I already referred to that. That is really important to keep that in mind, to create awareness of the variation in soils, the different functions of that soils, the role and the importance of the diversity of those resources. And I think that is true for a country like the Netherlands, but it's certainly true for countries like Russia, which are really huge, where very few people, except perhaps Williams, but very few people have the opportunity to really travel around and see the soil resources. And on top of that, of course, why do we want to show that then? Is that, there is that soil diversity out there with all these different soil types that all have their different preferences or are good in certain qualities and soil functions. So for planning purposes and for all these other elements, it is similarly important. So in the end, what I would like to say is that the musea and a lot of those musea are structured around landscapes, and the landscape is central and plays a central role. We have to realize also that there are a number of key properties on soils that we cannot directly see or that are not visible in the soil profile, contamination, pH. So that's also for a museum, that is something that we have to realize, and sometimes we're struggling with that, how to present that. And at the end of the day, of course, it is a link to how structure a museum or an exhibition in terms of soils. Do you do it by soil types? Do you do it by soil functions? Do you do it by soil forming processes? There are all these different options out there. And it really links back to the different goals of the museum that it can play. And perhaps I think the most important element for me always is, because you also want to keep it interesting. I think we as soil scientists, we always have the tendency just to put like huge amounts of soil profiles out there. But it's a little bit like going to a museum with paintings. I think a lot of kids like to view like a few paintings, but if there are hundreds, it is not as interesting anymore. So I think it's really important to realize what not to display. So this was my presentation related to the Williams Museum and the role that it can play. I'm just waiting and eager to come back to Moscow and to see how the museum now currently looks, and really do the little launch for myself. But I wish you all the best, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my comments with you. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, профессор Штурфогель. Мы тоже с нетерпением ждем, когда мы сможем увидеться с вами в Москве, в Курске.
Thank you very much. We also wait for the opportunity to meet with you in Moscow, Kursk, or in the field. But in order to familiarize with the museum, we will launch an access to the museum until the end of the month, and you will be able to see the current museum, the digitalized information in the museum. But nevertheless, we are waiting to meet with you in Moscow, in Russia, in the regions. And as we agreed before, the black soils that were debated, you know that we are waiting to discuss these issues like it was mentioned by Mr. Dokuchayev. And now I want to give the floor to Mr. Krasilnikov, and he will wear several hats. He is the executive secretary of the Eurasian Soil Partnership. We've talked about it a lot today. And well, the Eurasian Global Partnership is the leading team. At the same time, he is the dean of the Lomonosov University, and he is the chairman of the security department of the Lomonosov University. Pavel Vladimirovich was one of the founders of this project, and he discussed the plans for implementations. He provided his advice, and allow me to give the floor to Pavel Vladimirovich Krasilnikov.
Thank you very much for introducing me. I will make a short presentation to celebrate the event which we witnessed today. And as you know, FAO is a structure which is organized, so to say, formally, and the Global Soil Partnership, which exists under it. It also has some documents which regulate its activities. And now I will try to somehow tie together those documents. There are lots of them, and they streamline the activities of our partnership. And here, I think the project of recreating, in fact, the Soil Museum after Williams is best fitted. Just a second. You know already, unfortunately, I was not able to be present in the morning session. You already know what a global soil partnership is. At the moment, it is an initiative which is, so to say, an engine moving the soils forward to be included into the world political agenda. About 10 years ago, nobody even remembered about soils, but it is thanks to the Global Soil Partnership, we have been able to start moving from the dead point forward. Now it is discussed in each and any context, the climate, biodiversity, food safety. Global Soil Partnership has existed for 10 years now. Since the very beginning, we have taken an active part, I mean Europe, into the, well, in the FAO dimension. Europe is not just a part of the world, it is the whole of Europe plus the former USSR countries. So on this map, you see that Europe is colored with the violet color or blue color. And when there was a geographic distribution, we decided that European partnership could be sub-distributed into the Eurasian partnership. It was set up in 2013. We had a conference organized in Moscow, and a lot of actors and interested parties took part in it. And since then, we have been working very actively with the technical support of the Global Soil Partnership in Rome, and special thanks go to the General Secretary of ESP, Mr. Vargas, Ronald Vargas. And on the other hand, it is also fed by the finances coming from the Russian Federation, because the government of the Russian Federation, its Ministry of Finance, are one of the permanent donors of the partnership, and a part of it is always channeled to our region to support it, and a part of this support was allocated to the renewal of the expedition of the museum. I would like to remind you of those pillars in the global partnership. I think that they have already been mentioned here, but I think that probably they need to be mentioned here. And it is the practices of sustainable management of soil resources. Generally speaking, this is the purpose, the whole mission of the global partnership. It is not intended for setting up the database or something. These are the tools, the instruments to solve one problem. And this is solving the tasks of managing our soil resources so that they would not be depleted, so that they would be more productive, so that this resource would support our activities on the soil, the agriculture. And in order to resolve this task, there are the other four pillars. One of them is the development of activities for cooperating in the soil policies, investments, education, extension, awareness raising, and technical cooperation. So we're looking for investments, working with the politicians, and of course, it is the awareness raising and extension. So this is the second pillar is intended for the museum itself. The third pillar is a development of applied scientific research, which will help to manage soil resources. And the fourth and the fifth pillars are related to information. That is the setting up of information system. It's not just a database, it's a tool which would allow us to use the information that is available to us, to get information, to use the big data, and to generate information in this way, which is required for this sustainable management of soil resources. And the standard setting of this information. Well, originally, we thought that that pillar was related to the information that could be channeled to the database. But then later, harmonization with our world system was added, and the harmonization of methods of research of soils, because in different countries, they are different, but sometimes in a single country, they will not be harmonized. And we have already repeated several times how it all began, but I would like to remember and remind of the main things, how it all started. The then director of FAO, Fernando Sina, he was made a professor of honor of the Timirazov Academy, and we wanted to cooperate with FAO. And at that time, we were looking at the different options for cooperation. So one of the areas was that museum. We looked at the museum and saw that it was fantastic in terms of its capacity and potential, with its lots of samples and monoliths. But at the same time, it was a little bit neglected and it not always responded to the standards existing in the international sphere. And it also related to the terms used. And Paul said that you were going to celebrate the International Day of Soils of 5th of December. And why not celebrate it in the Timirazov Academy? And the museum could be used for that purpose. And then you have the Eurasian Center for Food Security and the World Bank. We came to them and we were welcomed there. And they were hosts of that event. And we even organized a youth conference there. And the World Bank paid for the travel expenses of lots of experts, and it was a very good event. For us, it was a moment when we started to appreciate what kind of a pearl we had here. And that pearl needed to be demonstrated, to be shown to the world. And the Secretariat was limited in financial terms, but they were able to bring it all to the required level when it becomes not just a place for teaching, for studies, but it is also a world heritage event, I would say, because the people who are interested in soils around the world would be interested in this museum. And I must say that this work was not unique. It was a part of the works financed by the Russian government within the global partnership. Beginning from 2014, Russian Federation began its financing of the global partnership. Lots of good things were done at the expense of the Russian Federation. A prize of Glinka was awarded to the people who made a major contribution, not just to ethology, but to the process of attracting attention to soil, to introducing those practices of sustainable soil use. So the people who made a contribution not only to the science, but also to the soil policies, as we call them. And last year, during the International or the World Soil Day, an outstanding figure, administrator, politician, Luca Montanaretta, received this award. And I think he is a person who deserved that award. And please don't forget that it was also financed by the Russian Federation government. Lots of other things, good things were also done. Some other programs were introduced also with the help of the Russian Federation government. Grants for the scientists from Central Asia and Caucasian countries, Ukraine and Belarus were paid. And conferences and school sessions which allowed to strengthen the human capacity in soil science. Museums, there are a special topic. The global partnership and its subdivision, the Russian partnership, have always paid attention to that, especially important it was during the plenary assembly of ESP in Tashkent in 2018. We talked a lot about soils there, and it was suggested that to strengthen and reinforce the major soil museums. And of course, our locomotive of the museum movement is the Dokuchayev Soil Museum. It's the oldest. It created its exposition, which allows for the studies to be made there, to work with the school children. Over the last 10 to 15 years, they created new expositions, the subsoil world and everything. It's just a chic museum. The Williams Museum has also been brought to order, I would say. And it's a very nice place. And of course, these centers are important because their function is important. And on the other hand, our colleague, the director of the Kharkov Agrochemistry Museum, Maluk, he said that in general, it would be very nice if at even at school museums we had some in some remote places too, we could have some expositions about soil, because soil is something that our agriculture is founded, and the whole life is also based on soils. So at present, there are lots of projects that have been launched on the base of the museum. In St. Petersburg, of course, this is the state soil museum. They have whatever you want. I think that the representative of the museum will talk about that in much more detail, but the preschool children, students, they occupy the museum. So to say, in 2012, 18, excuse me, we celebrated the World Day of the Soils. So Timiryazevka organized it in 2014, and in 2018, it was organized in St. Petersburg. Everybody was happy with the organization, and the exposition makes soil popular. That's the gist of it. And the Williams Museum, how can it serve to propagate the knowledge? How can it raise the awareness about soils? I would like to repeat that this is not just studies or sessions for students. I'm not speaking about the Timiryazev Academy students. I'm also talking about the higher learning institutions, universities, but also these specialized secondary schools, which will also be interested in that. Then virtual tours of the museum. This is also a fantastic chance to raise awareness about the soils. People just do not understand how beautiful soils are, and we can show that. And that's the special excursions for school children and preschool education. Something important, which has already been mentioned here, and these are trainings on the classification of soils, especially international classification. Then all the other chances will also be limited of observing and exploring the soils. But if anyone wants to raise his classification, then this is the best thing. Monolith, any and each monolith can be classified, and the principles can be described and explained here, the profiles, everything. And of course, apart from the monoliths, we also have some samples, about 50,000, if I'm not mistaken. And these samples can be also used as the reference points for comparison with the degradation or contamination of soils. Great possibilities and chances and opportunities. I congratulate my colleagues, and I'm looking forward to collaborate and cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel Vladimirovich. We have a question for you while you were speaking. You were speaking about the training on the classification of soils. Could the Eurasian Partnership consider the possibility of organizing courses, the training courses on preparing soil monoliths using the experience of the museum? Yes, I think we could do that. Literally speaking, this autumn, we will have the next plenary assembly. We will talk about it and we'll introduce it into the program. Of course, this is a dead season and the money is over. People go to the field, so to say, in September and in August. But in October and November, we are going to consider our program. By the way, someone has already spoken about it, but it was later somehow put onto the desk. Yes, there is some interest because there was a question. In certain countries and regions, despite the variety of monoliths, there are no representative monoliths of these regions. And our colleagues from Serbia wanted to include their monoliths, but they have no longer the experts to do it. Please come and help. And so I think that since you somehow supervise the Transcaucasian republics and Central Asian republics. And I think that for our regional universities, it might be of interest. So Vladimir Vladimirovich, you could do that. This is a public appeal to you. And I think that the experts from your university and the experts from the State Soil Museum will be able to organize those master classes on this subject. Thank you very much. So on this promising matter, we would like to close it and now go to the presentation made by Mr. Daci Carmelo, who is president of the European Society of Soil Conservation from the University of Palermo. He organized the 7th Congress of Soil Conservation. When all the participants of the Congress visited the museum, they were very much interested by its collection, interested in the increased cooperation. We do have that cooperation going on, and we hope that it will be developing fruitfully. Professor Daci, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot, Ivan. And let me share my screen with you and the other colleagues of this conference. Okay, now I suppose it's okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like, first of all, to thank the organizers of this virtual ceremony to launch the modernized William Soil Agronomic Museum. And in particular, I wish to thank Professor Ivan Basman for inviting me. Personally, and also on behalf of the European Society for Soil Conservation, I wish to underline that it's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. I was invited to share with you reflection and ideas on the prospective of collaboration between the European Society for Soil Conservation and William Soil Museum for better understanding the modern challenges. So, the first reaction that I wish to share with you is that nowadays, one of the main problems observed in the field of education is the inability to create relationship between the human life and activities, instruments, tools, and materials which take part in the education of the people. Such condition affects the life learning education process of students at any level, narrow the ways of accessing and using information, and prevent the active and effective use of their skills, talent, and creativity. And schools and university are not the only source of learning and knowledge, where the prepared information given as education is an effective and interactive process. Different learning environments such as museum, parks, exhibition, that galleries may ensure the permanence of the education taken by conversion of the institutional knowledge given by school and university. The relationship between the museum and its public has evolved from complete ignorance to subordination of the museum activity according to the public expectation. When the museum first appeared in the photo of the Galleria degli Uffizi in Florence, and its public has evolved from complete ignorance to subordination of the museum activity according to the public expectation. So, when the museum first appeared, they were placed in a position which was superior over the public. Their role being to raise the public level of understanding, to elevate the visitor spirit in taste. But in the last 50 years, this relationship has changed, and the public occupies now a higher position. However, as the museum is being put to the public and local community service, the temptation to slip into excessive commercialization and populism is big, and the boundary between sublime and ridiculous is getting very thin. Thus, museums are in danger of turning from place of aesthetic contemplation into entertainment places, from oasis to tranquility into noisy, crowded place, from promoters of education into fast information place, from temples of heritage and knowledge into bazaar of consumption. In the age of internet and social networks, of cultural consumption, fast food type, of buzz type culture, the aesthetic contemplation gives way to the sensual experience, and museums gradually become sense-scape type space where new technologies help visitors to get acquainted to the exhibit, not only visually, but also by means of all their senses, in order for them to have a complete experience of the visit. So the museum may assume the social responsibility idea and respond to the needs of curiosity, entertainment, and may act as an agent of social change as well, without betraying its role of public education and cultural values promotion. In this context, the concept of refining the role of the contemporary museum, the key question that rises is related to the role of soil museum in the contemporary society. Is it a role of cultural education where the museum's offer is deemed to raise the cultural level and implicit change of public opinion? Yes, in my opinion. Or it is rather a role of entertainment, and in this case, the offer must satisfy the public's need for spending their spare time and implicitly adapt to the public demand, not in my opinion. And in the case of Soil Museum, can we speak of social inclusion in the sense that the museum's offer reflects social changes and acts as an agent of cultural changes? Yes, in my opinion. So, as far as concerned soil museums, there is a general agreement that they have 5 functions. Some of that were stressed also by Professor Sorboger. The first is education and courses. Second one is research. Third one is information and edutainment. The fourth is social function. And the number 5 is a real museum function. So, in my opinion, the most important function of the soil museums are education and information. In short, the major role of soil museum is to spread soil perception and awareness among the civil society and particularly among young generation. This last is one of the goals of the European Society for Soil Conservation. Particularly in the last decade, we have devoted, the European Society, I mean, our attention and time to spread soil perception and awareness among students of the primary school. In this sense, the European Society for Soil Conservation has promoted several initiatives, such as several celebrations of the World Soil Day, the version of the comic Living in the Soil, the English version of the comic Let's Go to Discover a Soil Biodiversity that participate in a FAO contest. And now a new way to achieve soil perception and awareness is to give by the possibility of collaboration between the European Society of Soil Conservation and the Williams Soil Museum. In these last 2 decades, specific concepts and ideas have been stressed to highlight soil importance and role in a healthy environment. Several speakers stressed this morning, particularly Ronald Vargas. And this concept refer to the concept of sustainable development goals, soil ecosystem services, soil sustainability, security, awareness, governance, and soil perception. And I wish to say that I did recently a sort of research on Scopus considering such issue. And as you can see, this take into consideration the last 20 years. In 20 years, only few attention was devoted to soil perception, soil awareness, and soil governance. And this is a problem, in my opinion, that we can try to tackle all together and also with the participation of soil museum. So starting from this data, I believe that soil museum can perform a crucial role in spreading soil perception and awareness among citizens. And this could be the base for increasing soil awareness among politicians, in particular, and reach an effective and up-to-date soil governance. In the postmodern, post-industrial consumption society, museums are passing through a process of reconfiguration of their role, which is not limited anymore to conservation and preservation, but combines education and leisure with social responsibility. I wish to stress this, the social responsibility, particularly in the field of soil science. We need this. Thus, soil museum are becoming part of the non-formal lifelong education system and address a diversified public, as happened also for the soil museum that are hosted in my country, in Italy. So, and in the 5.0 society, I mean, in a human-centered society that balance economic advancement with the resolution of soil problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space, soil museums are landmarks of the global community, creative products used in local development strategies, important scientific attractions, contributor to the local economy also, and focal points, in my opinion, particularly soil museum, to increase soil perception for better understanding the importance of having good quality soil to maintain the environmental equilibrium. And this is particularly important for the young generation, for students, for teenagers, from students of primary and secondary school. This is my opinion and my vision of the integration between the activities of the European Society for Soil Conservation and the William Soil Agronomic Museum. And before to conclude, let's spend, dear Professor Bassemer, let me spend only 30 seconds to invite you and all the audience to our next international congress that will be hosted in South Italy, in my region, in a very nice city, a small town near Palermo, in a very nice building that hosts a museum. A nice building that hosts a museum. So I wish to invite all of you next November from 10 to 14 in Sicily to attend the International Congress on Sustainable Management of Cultural Landscape. We need culture in the context of the European Green Deal. And sorry for this, and thanks a lot for your attention, and dear Ivan, спасибо.
Большое спасибо, дорогой профессор Даце. Я думаю, что в развитии вашей
Very much, Professor Datse, and I think that in the development of your presentation, we can discuss the preparation of a certain page in the newly launched website of our museum dedicated to soils and to the preservation of soils. So it will be a kind of a interlapping information about the interests. And thank you very much for the presentation to take part in your Congress. They are always interesting. They are organized by your society, and I hope that many of the participants will be able to meet you personally, and we hope to meet you many times in Russia, in Moscow. And please check the questions, because we have questions sent by participants in our chat. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thanks a lot, dear Professor Bassemer.
Слово для следующего доклада представляется.
The next presentation will be given by our long-term friend of the Timoryazov Academy and Williams Museum, and Elena Yurievna Sukhacheva from St. Petersburg, and she's the director of the Central Soil Science Museum named after Dokuchaev. She started to work from the very beginning, and taking into consideration the electronic database, we accepted the database which is fruitfully used in St. Petersburg in the Dokuchaev Museum.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate from my heart on this day, because it is us, people who are working in the museums, we can appreciate the work that has been carried out here to reconstruct the museum. Of course, it is a fantastic work. It's very good, and thank you all who took part in that work and who supported, who provided financial support. And today, Ivan Ivanovich already mentioned how many people, the designers, photographers, the specialists in soils took part in this work. It is very nice when these expositions are relaunched. Thank you very much, Ivan Ivanovich, for inviting me to make a presentation. And as Pavel Vladimirovich said, I could speak for hours about the work carried out by our museum with the different strata groups of population. But I was asked to speak about the digitalization of soil museums, and that is why I'm going to speak about that. Although, of course, I will also speak about the work of our activities of our museum. Today, we have already said that all scientific and arts museums have different functions, which could be separated into three groups, which is research, cultural, educational work, and a collection, the gathering and archiving of collections. As for the research, we're not going to discuss this subject because it's too vast and it is not relevant to the specific museum activity. But I would like to dwell on the two other groups, and this is the awareness raising about soils among the populations and the collection itself, how it is collected and gathered. Of course, the soil monoliths and samples are the basis of our museums. They are unique and they are different from all the other items which are put on display even in the scientific museums. Why? That is because soil monoliths are not as vivid, expressive, and we need to apply a lot of efforts to show and demonstrate the beauty of soils. So how we are using the state-of-the-art technical instruments to popularize and to organize the collection. I'm going to give our museum as an example. It was established on the initiative of Dokuchaev in 1904. It has over 2,500 monoliths and samples, even more samples. And in our halls, we have on display about 300 soil monoliths. To work with these vast collections of soil monoliths and samples is a very difficult job. You see that we have different collections, different monoliths. Those could be historical collections. For example, here is a collection from 1908 to 1911 from the Amur region. Or these could be collections which could help us with the classification, luvisols, creosols. Of course, they are just a small part of our collection. Now here is a geographic dimension collection, Kamchatka, Georgia, Antarctica, Cuba, etc. And about 10 years ago, we created the database of soil monoliths with the description and classifications, different classifications and photographs of the landscape. But over the last few years, we have faced the problem of digitalization of these monoliths. Why? Now we have a state catalog of the Museum Fund of the Russian Federation. In general, all the museums of Russia, irrespective of the specialization, must introduce their items, for example, items of art, of culture, and our collection of soils and soil samples into the catalog, into the state catalog. Now we are registered in this catalog of the Museum Fund of the Russian Federation. And here, this is our museum. It has its own web page. And we have over 1,800 items of our collection registered there. Those are the samples and monoliths, like, for example, shown here, or some works of historical importance or cultural importance. Here we see the live picture of Vasily Dokuchaev. In the state catalog of the Museum Fund of the Russian Federation, there is a special page where museums describe all of their items. And we also have another function which allows us to see, and it's open to anyone who goes there into this catalog, and you will see anything you're interested in. For example, all the portraits and pictures of the Kuchaev, and including those which are kept in our museum. The second problem is creating the database for other purposes, for the purposes which have already been mentioned here, for example, soil and ecological monitoring. Well, those monoliths and samples can show us the changeability of soils because of their contamination and degradation. And here we faced the following issues. And Ivan Ivanovich has already said it, that sometimes it's very difficult to use the old passports of soils and to compare them with our modern perception and understanding of soils. But we also had to have the linkages between those places where the monoliths were found. And so we worked out, so to say, a guide on how to compare and check them against each other, all of the monoliths and samples. And they're linked to the place where they were found. Now, the next thing I wanted to say, the database was also created to resolve classification issues. When we worked with this database, when we were setting it up, we decided to use our own criteria, photo fixation of soil monoliths. Of course, the modern technologies make it possible to take pictures of high quality, even in non-professional equipment. But first of all, color is important because we are talking about the importance of comparing all of our soils, well, for example, for classification purposes. And what do we need for that? Everybody understands, all the experts in soil science understand that one of the features is the color of soil horizons, and this color of soil horizons should be unified in the process of photo fixation or for the purposes of photo fixation, and it should be unbiased and objective. And among all the features, it would be the balanced color and light, and the color should be adjusted, the balance of white should exist, and other color scales should be used. Otherwise, we lose the value of digitalization of the monolith pictures. Here we have, I'm not going to speak about it, but here are the requirements for the digitalization of soil photographs. And on the basis of that, apart from the database of our museum, we also create a database of the different features. For example, here we have the radionucleus in Russia. The second part of my presentation is dedicated to the education and popularization. A lot has already been said here, and in our museum, we have made great progress in this respect, because for many years we have been working in the different spheres, excursions, exhibitions, birthdays, the master classes. We had lots of events, and thank you very much, Pavel Vladimirovich, for the high um, words of estimation that you have described our museum with. Here on this picture, you see what we have in our museum in terms of multimedia interactive content. About these are our cartoons and the video films. Now we have also our exposition. This one was used with the state-of-the-art tools. This one is the shrinking skin of our planet. We are speaking here about the food, about the soil of our planet due to these and other reasons is shrinking. In our museum, we are trying to respond to and react to the latest achievements. We know that over the last decades, research of soil microbiome has been in the focus of attention. And so we have created this exposition of soil microbiome, which is opening our subsoil, so to say, space. Over 10 years ago, we had an artist coming to us. And we had an exhibition of contemporary art, which was called Terra Incognita. Here on this picture, you can see it. And of course, this exhibition, we wouldn't be able to organize it without the technical means and technical advantages and digitalization. Modern world lives according to the laws of digitalization. We must somehow get adjusted to it. And this exhibition, when it was first organized, was a little bit misinterpreted. But then we realized that we should take our knowledge of soils and monoliths to a new level. And so the next exhibition we had in Moscow, it was also prepared by our museum. It was called The Incubator of Life, and it was dedicated to soils. Another one, it was organized in 2019, just on the eve of the pandemic, and it was also created with the help of the artists from the art science. And it was dedicated to the World Soil Day in December 2019. It was organized at our museum. It was just one of the exhibits in our academy, in our museum. And this is how the artists saw the link between the plants and soil. And that's the subconscious part of their understanding. Another dimension is online sources. In the internet, and someone has already said it today, that the modern museums are all of them listed and they are present on the internet, because any person planning his going out, so to say, when he wants to go to a museum, he needs to know which exactly museum. And the majority of people just do not know about our soil museums, and we need to attract people to get them involved into our activities. You see the integration, the Williams Museum, the Moscow State University Museum. This is our page on the internet, on the web. And speaking about the online sources, I would like to speak about our experience of inviting people and getting them involved into our activities. In 2019, we created a scientific portal with our colleagues who are very far distanced from us. Institute of Geology and Geochronology and the Hermitage, our world-renowned museum, were involved in that activity. And thanks to the awareness-raising events and activities, you see on the night of the museums, there is a line, a queue of people standing and waiting to go into the museum, and over 5,000 visitors we had on that day. Speaking about the prospects of digitalization of the soil museums, and of course here, speaking about monoliths and samples, there should be a certain online source, online information center that would have all of our monoliths and samples from all the soil museums. First, we would like to speak about Russia, and then the whole of the world will come in and join. Of course, that would be very important and required by the students and those who are involved in soil research. Our opinion is that we first have to realize and understand where these collections exist. And with our colleagues from the Timirazov Museum or the Williams Museum, we have to work out with them a certain structure, and then that information center could be used for different purposes, for monitoring, for classification purposes, to identify mapping items and for education purposes. And the last thing I would like to say is, in this case, I think many of us already know that thanks to State Mandel, this global soil museum network is created, and the first presentation was made on the 5th of December 2020, I mean last year, where 4 museums were represented, and as far as I know, just a lot of people were able to view it, and there were very good reviews and response. And I think that that's how digitalization should be used in all spheres of our activities. Thank you very much for attention, and we're always ready to welcome you to the Dokutraev Central Museum of Soil Science in St. Petersburg. Thank you. You went even further. Even before, we were wondering how it was possible to combine arts and science, but you went even farther. There is a question addressed to you, because please be very short about it. Which steps could be taken to make soil museums more useful for young generation? Well, in fact, a lot can be said here. I have already shown it in part, and of course that is the inviting the kids of all levels, master classes, programs, games, any kind of participation in programs. For example, now in a week, in a few days, we are going to take part in the Night of the Museums, and that's a major event with lots of people coming to the museums, which are open for free. And in September, we will also have a ground effect exhibition. We'll have a lot of things on display there. I think that any means will do. Thank you very much, Elena Yurievna, again. We will try to work in parallel or together move forward so that our museums would be of interest to a maximum extent, both in the virtual, online, and in the physical presence of the people. You have already done a lot, and we have a lot to learn from you. Thank you. Our next presentation is President of the International Union of the Use of Souls, Jans Leutjes, will continue to highlight the issue of kids in the soil museums. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning from Mexico. On the occasion of the launch of the new exhibition of the William Soils Agronomy Museum, and on behalf of the International Union of Soil Science, I have the privilege and honor to convey you to our best greetings. I thank you, the Timirillas Agricultural Academy and the FAO Global Soil Partnership, for your kind invitation to share with all of you this event of great importance for soil sciences worldwide. Because you can love what you don't know or understand what is ignored, our tasks are also to teach, educate, and raise awareness. However, teaching is not educating. Teaching is just a part of educating, but not the same. Educating necessarily entails the explicit and implicit formation of values that emotionally and cognitively root the information transmit, thus making possible the progressive formation of a conscience that in the medium and in the long term builds little by little a culture of preservation. Therefore, if what we want is to create a knowledge that entails a citizen awareness that is reflected in a culture of preservation of the soil resource, we don't need to instruct citizens to generate knowledge about the soil resource, but to educate them to preserve it as an element indispensable for the life. So, what is essential is to explain to every citizen why the soil resource is important to them and to how its loss affects us all, regardless of the social class to which we belong. And that is the reason why the contents that are taught must be taught with a sense, that of preservation. Children imagine everything that we are not capable of teaching them, and they do so, generating visions and sometimes conceptual errors that are later almost impossible to change. The images that you have on the screen correspond to educational research. I work in this educative research for 3 years with 4 groups of children in the 4th grade of primary education, 2 control groups and 2 as working groups. I work with the working groups on the topic soil as a cross-cutting topic for all school contents throughout the school year. Children were asked to draw what they thought the soil looked like inside, and these are the drawings that correspond to his concepts before my pedagogical intervention. The drawing in the lower right part caught my attention not only because of the child's drawing ability, but because part of his drawing was face up and another face down. So I asked the child, is there a light here? And for that reason, the upper part of your drawing is reflected? To my surprise, he replied, no, it is because the Chinese people live below us on the other side of the world. So they face down. Therefore, in his drawing, here, he written above, and there he written below. During all years I worked with them, the school orchard was at the center of the pedagogical intervention, linking all curricular knowledge as the integrated unit of knowledge that allows children to play, dream, observe, measure, record, distinguish, differentiate, analyze, evaluate, and learn in a magnificent and interdisciplinary way. 2 years after, I asked them again to draw what they thought the soil looked like inside. The images you have on the screen correspond to the soil concepts from the same children 2 years after my pedagogical intervention. For them, now there are living organisms in the soil. The soil has different layers with different color, and plants are growing on it. His knowledge is more complex and keeps an order that reflects reality. They discover a universe beneath their feet. Methodology and results of this research were published, and I will provide reference on the final slide. A wonderful way to show children everything that they cannot see, but that exists and lives under our feet, is the opportunity from today offered the Williams Soil and Agronomy Museum, unveiling the universe beneath our feet to children and young people of Russia, as well as for children of the world through access to its virtual multimedia tours. Museums are essential elements for an education through which we want to arouse interest and admiration, but ways of life, as well as for the cultural and natural heritage which is possessed, and that is necessary to value, to be able to take care of it and preserve it. Now, the Williams Soil and Agronomy Museum will be able to offer children and young people the opportunity to discover a universe beneath their feet, to know what the soils of your nation are like, their functions, and the enormous benefits they provide us, but also the possibility to learn to value them. It also offers people from the other countries the opportunity of knowing and exploring the collection of black soils from Russia, and the importance of this action will be possible to evaluate through the educational and awareness benefits that this joint action between Russia Federation and Global Soil Partnership can provide to offer multiple perspectives of teaching and learning, design learning activities that allow students to work actively in the construction of knowledge, expand the limits of access to knowledge through interdisciplinary educational proposals, offer opportunities for collaboration and cooperation among peers, and developing educative researches on soil science to improve his teaching. The USS International decade of soils has defined as its two large priorities: to stop land degradation and to put the main focus of our activities in educating school-age children and young adults. This is the general framework that precedes and set the USS Goes to the School education project. Therefore, educating and raising awareness of school-age children and youth is a priority shared by the FAO Global Soil Partnership and the USS Goes to the School. We are working together to engage soil scientists and societies and educating young people. And on April 19 this year, we launched together The Magical Work of Soil Biodiversity, a collection of 10 children's stories from around the world to show them the universe under our feet and allow them to learn why we need to protect soil biodiversity. However, stopping degradation will not be possible if only future soil scientists know its value for the existence of life. That is the great value of the new exhibition of the Williams Soils and Agronomy Museum launched today, so that children and young people know what the black soils of Russia are like and to realize the soil value for the existence of their lives. That is how the awareness that accompanies knowledge is formed and enables the construction of a culture of preservation. We need to work together on it and a lot. For that reason, I thank the Russian Federation and the FAO Global Soil Partnership for the great work done to digitize and reclassify one of the largest collection of black soil monoliths in the world. Thanks too for the English translation. From the USS, the educational project The USS Goes to the School will be joined to spreading it through his website for children and young people. Congratulations and thanks for your kind attention.
Большое спасибо вам. Будем надеяться и даже уверен, что информация...
Thank you very much, and we will hope that all the images that are represented on your website will be interesting for our school children or for students who will be future parents and who will have to explain to their children how and what the soil looks like, and so that they should start conserve it from the very beginning. You know, from the first sight, it seems to be very simple, but you know that not starting from the young age, we have to think how to explain to children. Probably it will be easier to explain it to adults, but they have to know and they have to understand how to preserve soil as basic of our life. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Jude.
Спасибо.
Перейти к следующему
And
докладу.
now allow me to, it is very important to deliver knowledge about soil to our children, to our young people, and to our adult colleagues who work in the production, because it depends on them how soil will feel like,
В этом плане для нас очень
how
важен
it will feel like in the near future. And the next presentation will be presented by Alexey Nikolaevich Naliukhin, Deputy Director of the Research Scientific Agrochemical Institution named after Dmitry Pryanyshnikov. And he will talk about the prospects of the use of collection of the soil collection belonging to Williams Museum as repair objects of regional and agroecological monitoring.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues from abroad and from Russia. I feel very happy to be present here at this global event. and as Deputy Director of Science of the All-Russian Institute of Agrochemistry after Pryanishnikov, I would like to tell you and extend a little bit the subject and speak about the possible spheres of activities, about the joint work of agroecologists, agrochemists, agrophysicists, and about their long-term experiments with fertilizers. Now, our institute and its work on fertilizers will celebrate its 80 years anniversary, and we will have a field in the Madhyadeva region open for that purpose. And in the beginning of October, we will have an event dedicated to the 90 years anniversary of our institute. It's not a secret today that we are dealing with two factors which are directed in opposite directions, increased population and, unfortunately, net resource depletion, including soils. So today, while looking at the global and system issues, we need to answer more and more questions. And we believe, and agrochemists agree with us, and the soil community agrees with us, that answering these global challenges is possible via long-term agrochemical experiments. And these are the field experiments. Today, they have been organized for 60 or more years, and at each stage of their development, from the origin and up to today and for the nearest future, these tests and experiments answered a lot of questions, starting with the geographic laws and different fertilizers and their efficiency to resolve specific matters and questions related to the crops and yield, and up to global matters which have already been covered today, when we are treating soil not as a tool for agricultural production, but as a biosphere element, as water and air. My numerous colleagues and I believe that the stationary experiments observing the soil and its features and crop yields and change of climatic conditions, all of that helps us to analyze the available information, and on the other hand, to provide a forecast for the further development of ecosystems and their sustainability. Those long-standing experiments, you see that they cover the most agricultural regions of the Russian Federation. As of today, over 60 long-term stationary experiments and tests have been entered into the register. They have been issued with certificates and they can be used, but I think they are not yet used as unique agrochemical fields, but they are used to study the different features related to the productivity of soil and other matters. In general, long-term and unique agroecological tests are a meeting point for the soil experts and the ecologists and soil microbiologists, experts from other sciences. And it is possible to organize some multidisciplinary experiments there, and the coverage of all kinds of soils is possible from the typically southern ones and moving to the east. We have a geographical coverage of all the soils of the agricultural lands in our country. Naturally, we are treating soil and looking at soil from different points of view, and we're using up-to-date foreign approaches, like, for example, it's bioproductivity, and we are also discussing different factors which influence the effectivity of the fertilizers, or organic mineral siderites or green manure. And on the basis of this, we can already assess the sustainability of the productivity. In our opinion, that is very much important in order to work out the rational systems, because we need to have this sustainable yield over the years that would mitigate the climatic risks. And the fourth factor, we need to also take into consideration the health, so to say, of soils. This term is used very widely today, and we have some common and joint research in changing the microbial community of soils in the case of long-term use of fertilizers. Long-term experiments have been designed by Pryanishnikov in 1941. You can imagine that on the eve of the Second World War, everybody had an understanding, and the whole world, not only us, had that threat hanging above them. And there was a network created at that time, and our task is to continue the work in the same areas that were set at that time. And that network was built and created on the principle of the long-term experiments that existed up to that time in the world, and that was the experiments in Stetson station in England, and there are also the classical schemes of fertilizers that was used, and we had our geographic map created in accordance with these standards. And here I would like to tell you how, as of today, we can have some experiments and what answers can be provided by them. Selection science is not standing in just one place, it's progressing, it's using different hybrids, etc. But on the basis of one of the most long-term experiments in the world, irrespective of the terms of use, without the use of mineral and organic fertilizers, the productivity of these soils was not increased. And so the main key factor influencing the productivity has been and will be the soil productivity. If we are using the fertilizers, we are speaking here about the winter wheat, 2 or 3 tons per hectare, and when we were using some herbicides following and pesticide, fungicides. It made it possible to triple the productivity. So these are our reserves, and these are our answers to the questions that we're facing today. It is very important to take all of this into consideration and to use it in practice. So the new factors are the long forgotten old ones. And that is why we can say that the experience of our institutions will be able to provide answers for the questions posed by our climatic zone. Recently, we had an assessment of potential productivity using the example of wheat production in the different countries of the world, especially since fertilizers in Russia are not used very extensively, intensively, I would say. And the potential for raising the yields is rather high. And if today we are getting 26 centers from hectare, we will be able to double the yield as compared to other countries which are using higher doses of fertilizers. But if the doses are increased, then later productivity will be decreased. So other methods must be used, like, for example, organic mineral forms or increasing the sector, like, for example, production of organic fertilizers. As of today, apart from the efficiency of fertilizers, the long-term experiments are used in the different regions of the Russian Federation, where we're using the system of protecting plants and the different levels of crop rotation and irrigation, amelioration, and the complex of those factors, how they influence the productivity and the sustainability of the system. So apart from the efficiency of fertilizers, we are also studying the regional factors which might considerably raise the productivity of agroecological systems. And the long-term experiments which are made in Barybino at our experimental field show us that through correct use and scientifically based use of mineral organic fertilizers, siderites, and other fertilizers, against the background of chemical substances and plant protection agents, it will be possible to increase the winter wheat production from 12 to 60 centers of wheat per hectare in favorable years, favorable weather years. Can you imagine that a few years ago, we got only 10 centers per hectare, and thanks to the combined effect of the fertilizers and increasing the productivity of land in the Moscow region, we can already get 60 centers, and in some optimal cases up to 80 centers. In the 60s and the 70s, nobody could even think of these amounts, and our great reserve is, on the one hand, to intensify agricultural production, and on the other hand, the lands that are not used in for agricultural purposes could be adjusted in their use depending on the specific situation. Lately, we have worked out a system of combined or collective use of tools. And here I would like to tell you something about the use of new modern tools for agroecological monitoring. And that also is related to the collection of the Williams Museum using the isotope mass spectrometer, which is available in our institute. We can determine the correlation of nitrogen and other substances in the soil, and we can we can identify the streams of these elements and their distribution, the heavy and light isotopes that can be judged from the profile of soils using the collection of the Williams Museum and using the little small-scale invasive methods because we need just few samples of a couple of milligrams of soil, and that could help us to identify and classify these soils, and in mapping, creating an isotope map that would help us to identify these soils in taking into consideration the isotope correlation. That's a modern technique and modern tool, and we can use it to identify the soils and the processes, biochemical, that are taking place in soil in terms of space and time. And of course, agrochemical effects are also interested for everyone, and we can use this method and these tools to study taking small samples of soil. We can use see the correlation of the different elements within soil, all ultra micro content of elements, which will help us to study the cycles and the processes that are taking place in the soils at different levels, at different depths. And we could use here the applied and other aspects of chemistry, agroecological aspects, to learn the processes and aspects which would be of interest to the soil experts and chemists, agrochemists, and agrophysicists. When I came to the institute a year and a half ago, we spoke with the director, we spoke with Vladimir Dmitrievich, with Ivan Ivanovich. We discussed that for a long time now, and it's high time now for the scientific community to get united with the soil experts and to using the collection of the Williams Museum, we could approach a major project covering the major agricultural soils in Russia, using the collection and the agroecological field experiments with fertilizers, which were introduced and which existed within the framework of our network. This way we can achieve a lot more for the science and for the extension, for awareness raising of the public You know that this year has been declared as the year of science and technologies, and the awareness raising of the tools and knowledge that we have, all of that will allow us to raise the level of our science. Thank you very much for your attention. And Ivan Ivanovich, thank you for the chance to make a presentation at this meeting today. I think that this is one of the first meetings that and more are to follow. Again, I would like to congratulate everyone with the relaunch of the unique Williams Museum. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexei Nikolaevich. You were so constructive in ending your approach was so constructive that you were the first who were met with the applause. If Irina does not object against the precise injections, for example, the Department of Soil and the Institute itself, if there are some stationary venues with the detailed information over the 50 or 60 years of research, it would be very interesting to see the samples dating back to 50 or 60 years ago and compare them with what is available now. And that would make it possible to have some constructive forecasts for the future. Yes, we're talking here about the sustainability of agroecological systems. Yes, and here we would appreciate it greatly if our colleagues, so we have already been here since 11 a.m. and we have worked for so many hours. And if you have any suggestions, any ideas, then probably we will be able to create a joint project that would involve this museum, but Irina, of course, is going to supervise the whole thing in order not to be detrimental to any aspects of the activities. You said that the average yield is 26, and you want to raise it to 40. So do you take into consideration the global climate change impact? Or is it just something that, or are you just taking into consideration the current effects? Yes, we are taking into consideration the processes that are taking place in the